Hey, pre-notification gang. Coming along great, Rip. Don't know yet, Dwara. We'll see. What time is it in Florida? It's 10. Excited for the album? Oh, glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm really excited to get it out there as well. Especially the music video. It's gonna be so fucking fun to finally release. Oh. I was wondering what this fucking Q shit was. Oh. So the go live notification for some reason had a Q in it. I see now. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know how that happened. It wasn't on purpose, I can assure you of that. Shit. Thanks a tier 1 wide ride. Yeah, I'm gonna see Shang-Chi tomorrow. Thanks to resub Abyss Walker. Apparently it's very good. I didn't know shit about Shang-Chi, but everyone on Twitter is saying it's extremely good, so I'm excited now. Thanks to Prime Jbergs. Did you like Certified Lover Boy? I only heard 2 songs. They weren't bad. I like the music video for Way Too Sexy. I think Drake would make a great actor. I think he even started as an actor. I like the music video much more than the song, but it was okay. Thanks to the resub Solar Flare, Horizon, and the tier 1 Hunchevik, and the gift sub Napoleon. Oh, that's super sweet. Well, thank you, Movie Music. Thanks to the resub Soupcock. I have not heard any Drake crying tracks yet on Lover Boy. Dog food lasagna. This looks wholesome. There's a tier 1 Soggy Kek and a resub Napoleon. And the resub Doomslayer. It's because I accidentally typed in Q for the notification. I don't know how that even happened, but yeah. It wasn't on purpose. Thanks to the resub Scott Mars and the bits Decalium and Hobo. And the bits EWJ. Thank you for that. And the resub Marco. And the resub Kitty and Jasus. And the Prime Spider. And the resub Cool Man Guy. And the 10 gift subs Hernandez. Hey Hernandez. Hope you've had a good week. Thanks to the tier 1 Brintanic. And the 5 gift subs Napoleon. And resub Audrey and gift sub Q. Have you tried getting over it? Yeah. I like getting over it. I think it's fun. Can't click links. But thank you for the bits, White Fang. Thanks to the resub, Aaron and Sir True Carnage. No worries at all, Bill. Hope you're doing well. Only heard a couple of songs off of Certified Lover Boy. And they were okay at best. Next to the resub, Nguyen. It was hot garbage. Well, I haven't heard all of them, so we'll see. I like the music video for Way Too Sexy. Thanks to the gift sub Ritz. And the resub Dongus in tier 1 Snowy. And the resub Mysterious Maid and Baby Dragon. And the Prime Fusion. And the Prime Jordo and Bits. Wishing Will and 3 gift subs Kalari. And the resub Papadoc and Unstable and Apollo. And tier 1 Deadpan Moonstone. Are you a fan of queefing? Well, I've never queefed. I don't have the ability to. Hearing queefs, though, is pretty cool. It's like a little real-life Easter egg. Next to the resub, JB, Helios, and Calzip. And the Prime, Zolo, and gift sub Xylorix and Goddess. Yep, I saw that, Helios. That was great news. I think that sentence is just fine. Thanks to the resub, Hayden, Door, and the 10 gift subs, Jonesy Wales. Thank you, Jonesy, for the generosity. Next to the resub, Ryan, and tier 1, Vasir. And the resub, Tanuki. Next to the bits, Kanye. Have you ever heard of chess boxing? Of course I have. I already saw the con man impersonates child or whatever. That was a pretty wild story. Next we give sub Turbo Killer, Alvarado, and resub Turbon and Skullman. And the bits J. And the dollar YouTube. What's next Poe's newest video? The Cult in a Boarding School. This is an hour long. Eesh. I don't know, that's a little much for YouTube night. Hey Big T's, hope you're doing well. And thank you for that. Thanks to tier 1 Ninja Carter and tier 1 Mr. Balance. The Art of Ruining a DVD Collection. The Simpsons. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Robert and the Prime Caden.
You remember Where's Waldo, right? Well, over the years, I've been playing my own little version of the game. Whenever I stumble across a photo that has someone's DVD collection in it, I'm on the lookout for something. Not a man in striped clothing, but this hunk of plastic. It's the original Season 6 DVD release of The Simpsons. Surrounded by the other season's cardboard boxes, this plastic case sticks out like a sore thumb.
Thanks to the resub Expired, Mega Snorlax, and Justin.
Sure,
hey Justin.
It's mildly annoying in a collection, but I'm not going to buy a cardboard box replacement. The same cannot be said for all. This packaging sucks. Maybe it's time that 20th Century Fox entered the 21st century.
I think it looks cool.
I like my Homer
Thanks to
head.
the 3 gift subs,
Jeff,
Smokey,
okay,
and the
this
5
all
gift
sounds
subs,
like it's some dumb
Standarsh.
drama
Thank you,
from
Standarsh.
2005. Well, it is. But
Thanks to
just
resub,
bear
Rado.
with me. I found something I wasn't supposed to. This story's got a little of everything, from corporations being extremely passive-aggressive to accidentally leaking customers' personal information.
Wow.
Welcome to what might just be one of the most obscure Simpsons controversies ever. The curious case of Homer's head. Let's speed through this obligatory history paragraph. The Simpsons was created by cartoonist Matt Groening in 1987. It first aired as 30-second shorts on the Fox variety program, The Tracy Ullman Show. Fans loved it, so the network greenlit a full series 2 years later. Fast forward 31 seasons and fill in the blank. The Simpsons would get frequent VHS home releases throughout its first decade of existence. There were dozens of these things, but each tape wouldn't have more than
I had a
2-3
couple
episodes
seasons
on
of
them,
Simpsons on
mostly a
VHS,
technical limitation.
even though I never really liked the
There
show
were
that
box
much.
sets that included multiple
It was
tapes,
okay.
but you get the gist. It just wasn't all that convenient to watch The Simpsons on your own time. That would change with the switch to DVD in September.
In fact, the first time I ever
2001,
pirated something was the
Fox
Simpsons
Entertainment
movie.
would release the complete
torrented
first season
it.
of The Simpsons on DVD.
It was my first time.
Meanwhile, networks were getting ready to premiere season 13. Despite this 12-season gap, the season 1 DVD became the best-selling television show DVD ever, dethroned only by Chappelle's Show 3 years later. And
Great
man,
show.
did these Simpsons DVDs earn their great sales. Their content rich.
With special features like commentaries from producers,
There's the
directors, and
resub-numbers
creator
and bits,
Matt Grady,
stiletto, and
never
cipher.
before seen outtakes, behind-the-scenes footage, foreign clips, plus much, much more of the show that defined a generation.
Suffice to say, the first 5 seasons pleased fans and Fox alike. It's now July 2005, and there's an announcement of a season 6 DVD release.
That's big, let's
Oh, I
go!
wonder what color they'll choose for the box. We already have light silver, aqua, purple, blue, red. The possibilities are... Let me just...
What? I don't know. I didn't mean to type that. It just... For some fucking reason, it just got in there somehow. I don't know. It wasn't on purpose. Yeah, I didn't mean to. Thanks to the resub, Shaden and 2 give subs Smokey.
People did not like this. It's not that Homer's head is a bad design. It's fun and in spirit of the show. Rather, most criticism wound up being the lack of the case's strength. The outer shell was made of a flimsy plastic, comparable to a 7-Eleven soda cup.
Not
I can
bad.
attest I need a piece of Scotch tape to keep the case shut. And Fox was well aware of these problems before anyone
Exit
even
Tier
sold.
1 Zach Greenwood and
Packaged
resub
inside
Low
of
Man.
Homer's head was this slip of paper with a phone number printed on it. You could call it for information on how to get your plastic case replaced with a cardboard box, more in line with seasons 1 through 5.
IGN
One
in
problem.
2005.
The number they printed was incorrect for some time. The 800 should have been 888. But if you figured this out and called the correct number, you'd be greeted by a Homer voice clip. They didn't hire Dan Castellaneta. Homer was voiced by a sound-alike. The number's no longer in service, and I can't find any recordings
There's the
online.
Prime Drew and the
But I
resub
don't think
Plex
we're
and
missing out on any
Dismal.
great Simpsons lost media. After Homer convinces you that this isn't a scam, he would refer you to the official website. Here you could get your replacement cardboard box through what they called the Simpsons Season 6 Alternative Packaging Program. The program stopped around April 2011, and Fox
It doesn't
stopped
seem
renewing
like
the domain
that big
names
of an issue.
thereafter.
Just a
It's now a
shitty case.
Japanese postpartum website. Fortunately, there are archives of the original website
There's the Prime
available,
Kyle and
and it's
resub
full
Michigan.
of mostly playful banter. You're greeted with "Welcome Complainers." Click the button to
Oh,
receive
nice.
a very derivative, old style, nothing new, just like before box. And one of the requirements for the cardboard box is a dislike for storing
So how-
digital media inside a hollowed-out human
How do
head.
they leak everyone's
It's
info? This
funny
seems
stuff
pretty
and on brand.
airtight.
But some dialogue on the website did not sit well with paying customers vocalizing their valid feedback.
Thanks for some glowing
An
light and
example of
cipher.
this is a different requirement being a solemn promise to stop your whining.
Aw.
Or this drop-down menu where you need to choose why you want to receive a box. The reasons are, quote, anal retentive, lonely, will sell new box to collector nerds for huge profit, just like free stuff, and big baby. I'd probably have gone with anal retentive. Anyway, I was exploring the archives, poking around the page sources.
This seems pretty playful. I don't know
noticed
what the
a few
big
fun
deal
things,
is.
Like this image of Homer in the corner being named Homie, just like Marge's nickname for
Thanks to
him.
the 5 gift subs,
Cute.
Sporky.
But then
Thank
I
you for
found
that.
something I really wasn't supposed to. We're talking web security 101 stuff. I found the full names and addresses of people who requested the cardboard box. Yeah. I reported my findings to the necessary
That's fucking
parties
awesome.
in hopes of them removing the offending files. 15 years later, though, is too little too late. Let's just say when you filled out the redemption form, it appears to have generated a printable version that was saved to a publicly accessible folder on the website. Even worse, the website's robots.txt
Didn't this happen
file
to
was configured
a bank?
correctly.
I think it was
This
a
meant
bank,
that
right?
Some search engines and archivers
No, not a
undeniably
bank.
preserved the
What the fuck was it?
contents of that folder.
Hold on. There was some big service that had a massive leak, and it was because they stored everyone's personal info on the website itself. What was it? Was it Fallout 76? It was Bethesda? That doesn't sound right. I think it was something much bigger. But maybe I'm misremembering, because it definitely sounds like something Bethesda would do. Actually, 2K Bits Trashables, I hope you're doing well. And I have not seen Candyman yet. Thanks to resub Zythal and Tier 1 Fireheart. I'll just take your word for it. It must have been Bethesda that I'm thinking of. Pretty huge oversight. Ashley Madison, was that the one? Ashley Madison's where you cheat on your wife, right? Wasn't that it? Let me see. Oh no, they actually got hacked. No, it must have been Bethesda then. Thanks to resub Lord of Mountains. I remember it being like you could literally just access that folder with everyone's personal info just by going to the main site and doing like a inspect element on it. It was something like super simple.
I mean, how else would I be looking at an archive of this stuff? So if you used the online Season 6 redemption
Tier 1
form,
Skullwolf.
There's a chance your information's been floating
Tier
around
1
out
Bro
there.
Gamer.
Sorry to break the news to you 15 years late. In brighter news, later in 2005, the 7th season of The Simpsons released on DVD. And did Fox listen to its fans? Yes! By now, the UK was already selling cardboard Season 6 boxes in retail stores. And in the US, if you wanted a special edition
Yeah, I already
Season
looked at
7
the Bishop
plastic
Sycamore.
March head to match your plastic Homer head, retailers would give you the option between either the cardboard or the plastic. That's why in all these photos, Season 6 is the odd one out. After Marge, there was Maggie with Season 8, Lisa with Season 9, and Bart with Season 10. Starting with Season 11, we get a hybrid cardboard, plastic, Krusty the Clown specialty box. The default cardboard boxes took a noticeable downgrade in quality starting here. You have to slide the DVDs into these sleeves instead of plastic containers. I don't really like it. Season 12 gives us comic book
Agent
guy.
Crazy.
13 is horrifying Ralph Wiggum. 14 is Kang, or Kodos, I can never really tell. 15 is Otto. 16 Professor Frank. And
That's pretty cute. Not nearly as dubious as I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be something like truly game-changing, but that is a massive oversight. Why I hate Reddit mods. The dark truth behind Reddit. I wonder what that dark truth is. Thanks to the Prime, Live in the resub Tedium. Cartoon Network Universe Fusion Fall. Okay. Well, thanks for the bits, Trashable. I'm sorry to hear that.
Reddit moderators are destroying the entire internet. In fact, Reddit moderators might just be the worst thing to have ever happened in internet history. And by the end of this video, I promise you that you'll agree with me. You know, a Reddit moderator is a lot like a teacher's pet at school. The teacher's pet was that guy we all knew who felt superior to the rest. The guy who'd boss everyone around.
Jock,
the guy
the cool
who'd
guy.
tattle on everyone for breaking insignificant rules. You could almost smell their power trip. But what if this guy could boss around millions in the most petty ways imaginable? Well, that's where Reddit moderators come in. Reddit moderators moderate Reddit for free, with their only compensation being the illusion of authority. These powerless and deeply troubled people look to exert power in any way they
He must have
can.
got banned from a popular subreddit.
You only had one cake day.
Though, to be fair, Reddit mods can be fucking awful. Who's the main guy? Is it Gallowboob? Gallowboob tried to make a career out of being Reddit's #1 shit poster. On his Twitter, it even says, like, Reddit influencer. And he does seminars on how you can be, like, a marketing guru through being a Reddit mastermind. I think it's Gallowboob. Thanks to the resub Harold. Snarky Lemon. And the 10 gift subs Leon. Thank you, Leon. It is fucking Gallowboob. He even did... Hold on, let me find that video. He did a video. How to make money from Reddit.
It is the dark side of Reddit where promotion and shilling is hard to control.
Does he still post on Reddit?
Going back to his messages quickly, what are these? These are people trying to troll you and also try to get to know you.
like I have to keep my, what do you call it? Just keep like a protection wall of what is true and what is just absolutely trolling,
Bandit,
just
Money, and
because
Celeste.
Of, getting the hang of the online. So I honestly think most of the stuff I received are genuine. But then again, like someone asking for.
Yeah, I'm not watching 25 minutes. It basically just gives horrible fucking advice on something that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a Reddit influencer. It's like the only social media site where the more you use it, the less powerful you become, and the less you can do with it. On everywhere else, if you get popular on it, you can at least make a career out of it, even Twitter. But Reddit is the only place where the more popular you get, the less options you have to make it a career. He chose the wrong horse. Thanks for the resub, Calcat. I want to see if he still posts, though. Give me 1 sec. Let's see. Here we go. No, he hasn't posted in a year. Oh, never mind. 8 hours ago. I was wrong. Thanks for the resub, Donnie.
Picture of me with their.
They're the same types of people who become abusive police officers, but instead of policing crime, Reddit mods policed language. In 2020, Reddit mods policed language so badly that they ended up deleting 6% of all Reddit posts, and this is because 6 power-hungry mods are now in control of 92 of the top 500 subreddits. So then the real question is, who are these anonymous moderators policing the internet? Why would anyone moderate thousands of subreddits and millions of posts for free? And most important of all, how did 92 of the top 500 subreddits fall into the hands of 6 power-hungry mods? Well, the answer to these questions goes a lot deeper than I initially expected. Because to understand the Reddit mod, you need to understand Reddit. You need to understand where it all went wrong. Because somewhere, somehow, Reddit turned into everything it swore to destroy. Reddit never used to promote tyranny and censorship. Reddit never deleted 6% of all posts. In fact, Reddit used to be a platform for tolerance and free speech. So what on earth happened? Well, this is the real story of the rise and fall of Reddit.
Oh, it's the Illuminati? I fucking knew it. Probably all ties back to r/gaming. Worst fucking subreddit
in
ever.
The dorm rooms of the University of Virginia. Co-founder of Reddit, Steve Huffman, otherwise known as Spez, was your typical nerdy character. He was that Zuckerberg type, geeky, computery, smart, and power-hungry, and unbeknownst to him, Spez's perfect match was just across the dorm.
So Alexis and I met in college. We were hallmates first year. He lived right across the hall from me.
He was disappointed because he thought I was a girl.
I was like, oh, Alexis and Mike live across the hall. It must be like a co-ed dorm. That's cool.
It wouldn't take long for Spez to realize Alexis was really just a charming version of himself. And over the following years, Alexis and Spez would become close friends. Their friendship was strengthened by their passion for computing. In order to monetize this passion, they would come up with their first idea for a startup, My Mobile Menu.
And one of the ideas I had was for ordering food from your cell phone. I had told Alexis this idea once. He's like, we should totally build that.
However, the idea was simply too far ahead of its time.
Yeah, pretty innovative.
After the pitch failed to gain enough financial support, the two would begin working on a new idea. During this time, internet culture was in its infancy. Internet memes were only just beginning to crop up here and there, and Spez and Alexis caught on to this. They could tell that internet culture wasn't going anywhere soon. It was clear that if Spez and Alexis could figure out a way to centralize internet culture, millions were to be made. And so Spez and Alexis would set out to
actually, they sound like really smart
Their idea
guys.
was to create a site that would be the front page of the internet. This would later become the adopted slogan of the website, but for now, the slogan was initially called SNU. The intention behind SNU was for people to ask what's new, although it wouldn't take long for them to realize the domain name was already taken. So a few other domain ideas were considered: Uberloo, 360 Scope, Hot SNU, Ripe Fresh, Dose, and numerous others. But eventually, the name Reddit was suggested by Alexis. And much like SNU, Reddit was a mix of the words Reddit, as in, I read it on Reddit. After receiving funding from angel investors, Reddit was released on the 23rd of June, 2005. Over the following months, both Alexis and Spez created numerous fake accounts in order to jumpstart the website, spamming the site with interesting links in order to give any unsuspecting visitors the illusion of a thriving online community.
Alexis and I started submitting all the content just to
Smart.
keep the thing full, right? Because Reddit's no fun if the page is blank.
We would come up with a post and a random username to give the impression that the site had more people on it.
The Reddit team would expand not long after, and in November 2005, Reddit merged with competitor site Infogamy. The merging of Infogamy and Reddit
I remember
would
when
bring
Reddit fucking
a new
launched.
a co-founder named Aaron Schwartz.
Because I used to use
This was
Dig.
a pivotal moment for Reddit. Aaron Schwartz becoming co-founder was the final piece of the jigsaw for Reddit's success. You see, Aaron was a computing prodigy. By the age of 13, Aaron had already created the site
Thanks to the
Info
resub.
Network,
Or
a
that
site
Prime
serving as a
Potty.
user-generated encyclopedia. So it would seem that Aaron was the perfect guy to serve as a Reddit co-founder, and this was true. Because in the months following the merger, Reddit's popularity began to skyrocket. Although a few months into Aaron's arrival, things started to get rocky. This was because Aaron's view of the world differed greatly to Spez's. Aaron viewed the internet as a tool to hold governments and corporations accountable. He thought the internet could be the ultimate tool for free speech, where anyone, anywhere could express their opinions freely. Aaron thought that information needs to be free, open, and unregulated. Although the same thing couldn't be said for Spez. Spez viewed the internet as an opportunity for business. This was the dividing line between Aaron and Spez.
It's like an
And in a
actual
way,
Marvel
it was
movie.
this divide that would shape the internet as
But
we
with
know today.
goofballs. Now Reddit is only for geniuses.
2005 was a revolutionary year. Facebook had just been released, YouTube was brand new, and Reddit was being spammed with Spez's links.
As
In
recently,
2005, the internet was still seen as something nerdy. This was a time 2 years before the release of the first iPhone.
and I haven't talked about it split. I just don't really have much of an opinion.
iPhone.
Anything could happen. Aaron Schwartz wanted to steer the internet into being an electronic libertarian utopia, a world free from government regulation and corporate corruption. He wanted the internet to be a land of pure democracy, where each and every person had an equal say in the world, where real world leaders would be scrutinized in real time, where elites would be forced into open transparency.
Jesus, this guy actually
The
thought he was a
internet offered an
superhero.
opportunity for ordinary people
Good
who
for
weren't
him.
part of the power structure to take back power to themselves. And Aaron saw Reddit as a beacon of these principles, a hub for ordinary free thinkers. However, Aaron's view of the internet would be confronted by the other side, by the other
it prime
tech giants
squarish.
who wanted their platforms to become the titans of the digital
There's
age.
a real-
The side that wanted to consolidate and control massive percentages of internet traffic and the money that comes with it. Pioneers of the internet like Zuck wanted a small group of companies to decide what you can and can't say, and a small group of moderators to follow their orders. But Aaron hated these ideas. Aaron hated the corporate world and was motivated to do everything he could for free speech. And at the time, Aaron wasn't alone. In fact, co-founder Alexis could also see the importance of free speech. To Alexis, free speech was a right that must
No,
be
you're all
protected.
good, Split.
This is why Alexis actually joined Aaron in his campaign against Congress's Stop Online Piracy Act. Alexis even went so
Quick text
far as to
message.
launch the
Damn it.
National Anti-SOPA protests.
This has become an issue that's much bigger than just saving the internet now. This is a fight to save democracy. It is a fight to show that our elected officials are beholden to the electorate, not to lobbyists.
Woohoo!
This was a period where a large proportion of tech giants actively defended the principles of free speech. And in this time, Reddit was a
I'll check
hub
it
for
out, Grant,
somewhat
sure.
serious or interesting discussion. It was diverse, but not stupid. But all of this would quickly change in the years to come.
I had no idea there was such a deep and complex history to Reddit.
By
I
late
thought it was just as simple as, hey, look
2006,
at
Reddit was
Dig.
taking off.
Let's just
the
steal it.
combination of Spez, Alexis, and Aaron would prove to be a hugely successful business move, and people were noticing. In October 2006, Reddit was sold to Condé Nast Publications. Condé Nast Publications is a mass media company known for being the owners of Wired magazine. At the time, Reddit was sold for a reported $10 to $20 million. With the acquisition of Reddit, the team moved off to San
Thank you,
Francisco.
2 subs of butter.
But for Aaron Schwartz, this was where things would start to go downhill. In the month after the acquisition, Aaron began to complain about the corporate influence over Reddit. Aaron claimed, Wired has tried to make the offices look exciting by painting the walls pink, but the grey office monotony sneaks through all the same. Grey walls, grey desks, grey noise.
Ooh.
The first day I showed up here,
Very
I
poetic.
simply couldn't take it. By lunchtime, I'd literally locked myself in the bathroom stall and started crying.
Oh.
Aaron's thoughts on Reddit's takeover, along with a burning belief in free
Thanks to
speech,
Prime
meant the
Erudidio
inevitable
and the
would
resub
happen.
Glunkus.
Aaron Schwartz was fired from Reddit in January 2007, and by the year 2009,
What?
the co-founders would all go their own separate ways and begin their new lives. Aaron used the money from Reddit and his knowledge on computing to embark on political action. On September the 25th, 2010, Aaron downloaded the whole Westlaw legal database in a project with Stanford law students. The goal was to uncover the connections between the funders of legal research and the legal
What?
system itself. What Aaron found was incredibly disturbing. Aaron discovered that law professors in Stanford were receiving lobbying money from companies like ExxonMobil during oil spills, as this served as an effective route to bail themselves out of legal troubles. Aaron never released the documents, but it was reported that Aaron was going to analyze the data for evidence of corporate funding of climate change research that led to biased results. Following these actions, the FBI would begin to track Aaron's activity.
Jesus Christ, he's like Jason Bourne,
Aaron continued
but with
campaigning
nerdy
for free
shit.
speech and political transparency.
And so, yeah, it's true. Sites like WikiLeaks are going to be putting up some embarrassing material about what the U.S. government does, and people are going to be organizing a protest about it and try and change their government. You know, and that's a good thing. That's what all these First Amendment rights of free expression, of freedom of association are all about. And so
I thought,
we should try and shut
I don't know who's on the Reddit board anymore, but I thought Aaron was a name there.
I think is one that
is he not part of Reddit?
Understood. If the internet had been around back then, instead of putting post offices in the Constitution, they would have put ISPs.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see.
Aaron would travel across the US, giving live talks on the importance of a free and open internet. It was through this work that Aaron was able to gain enough support to prevent the Stop Online Piracy Act.
This bill would be a huge, potentially permanent loss.
Thanks,
If we lost the ability to communicate with each other over the internet,
Noodle, and Magical.
it would be a change to the Bill of Rights, the freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day, talking to Peter, that I couldn't let that happen.
3 months after the speech, Aaron was arrested following an indictment by federal prosecutors.
Fuck.
Aaron's indictment contained charges of 50 years in prison and a $1 million fine.
What?
However, these charges were harsh for a reason. In 2012, the US government wanted to make an example of people breaking into confidential files. And with the US government's failure to extradite Julian Assange, Aaron Swartz knew he was going to face the brunt of government power. There was no way the government was letting another WikiLeaks situation happen again. Aaron knew things were bad. Very, very bad. 26-year-old Aaron Swartz was facing the prospect of living the rest of his life in a cage. Aaron had been cornered into a trap, and after 5 months of his arrest, Aaron Swartz committed suicide.
Whoa, 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 holy shit. What the fuck? Now, is it like an actual suicide, or is this like a Jeffrey Epstein kind of situation? Thanks to the resub, Rezol, and the Prime Lucky, and gift sub Aaronoff. I need to look this up. I had no fucking idea about all this. What was his name? Aaron? What was it? I forgot his last name. Schwartz. Aaron Schwartz. Okay. God, what a shame. He seemed like such a smart guy. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really say anything about it. So he was found hanging with no suicide note, and that's as deep as that goes. Oh, actually, nope. Speaking at his son's funeral on January 15th, Robert Schwartz said Aaron was killed by the government and MIT betrayed all of its basic principles. Tom Dolan, husband of U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts Carmen Ortiz, whose office persecuted Schwartz's case, replied with criticism of the Schwartz family. Truly incredible that in their own son's obit they blame others for his death and make no mention of the 6-month offer. This comment triggered some criticism, with Charles Pierce replying, the glibness, can we use normal fucking words? Fucking, Jesus, glibness. The glibness with which her husband and her defenders toss off a mere 6 months in federal prison, low security or not, is a further indication that something is seriously out of whack with the way our prosecutors think these days. So it seems like there is at least some people. I've never heard glibness in my life, and I know a lot of goofy words. I've never heard glibness. So it seems like there is at least some people that believe it was not an actual suicide. Thanks to the resub, Sosazilla.
Aaron's death.
Oh, you're just talking about the game? I know Fusion
the
Fall.
internet had always been free of censorship. Censorship was only really used for legal purposes to keep the internet somewhat civilized, and Reddit moderators did as they were meant to, filtering out spam, abuse, and managing small online communities. But all of this would change in 2014. You see, in the years after the co-founders left Reddit, Reddit was undergoing huge development. Reddit had tripled its page views, and in 2011, Reddit had gained 1 billion page views a month. Then in January 2012, Reddit doubled its page views again, gaining 2 billion views a month. There was no stop in sight, and by 2013, Reddit was receiving 56 billion page views and 71 billion page views in 2014. However, in 2014, Reddit took a turn for the worst. A turn that would make Reddit the model for the internet censorship we see today. Because before 2014, Reddit was getting a lot of scrutiny in the media.
Oh, I remember the jailbait controversy.
A subreddit which featured inappropriate and illegal photos of young girls. So Reddit responded to these criticisms rightly and removed the subreddit from the platform. But this media criticism was only scratching the surface.
Lizard. Thank you for that.
The next year, Reddit would be slandered for being a sexist platform. For example, the Huffington Post claimed that Reddit was sexist purely for being a male-dominated site. The claims of Reddit being sexist got so bad that co-founder Alexis pleaded Reddit users to, quote, cool it with the sexist comments.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Alexis also claimed that Reddit is defined by, quote, straight white men. The Atlantic and other magazines picked up on this, adding to the belief that Reddit was a place for sexist and straight white men. This scared Reddit stockholders and advertisers alike.
Whoa,
which is why Reddit
what
would
the
suddenly
fuck?
undergo a radical change.
Whoa, this is very
The first steps
interesting.
towards Reddit's change would come with Ellen Powell's appointment as CEO of Reddit. In the lead up to Powell being CEO, Powell had gained notoriety in Silicon Valley, most famously for her gender discrimination lawsuit, where she sued the venture capital firm Kleiner Perkins for what she perceived to be sexist business practices. And whilst the lawsuit was unsuccessful, the media rallied behind her as a feminist saint. She was the perfect shield for Reddit. So Reddit employed her as CEO of the company in 2014. This was the moment Reddit changed for the worst. Alan Powell's rise to CEO created a new era of Reddit, an era Aaron Swartz had spent his life warning against, an era defined by power mode, censorship and propaganda. And it all began with Ellen Powell's announcement that Reddit was no longer a platform for free speech. The announcement came after numerous subreddits were banned by Reddit, but this time it wasn't for legal reasons, it was to escape the bad reputation Reddit was gaining from the consequences
Tier 1
of free
Lucas
speech.
and the
A
resub
complete
Obsidian
U-turn
and
of Reddit's
Cream.
original policy stated by admins just 2 months beforehand, Reddit admins actually created a blog titled "Every Man is Responsible for His Own Soul." In the blog post, Reddit admins repeatedly claimed the importance of free speech on Reddit. This is a quote from Reddit admins. "We uphold the ideal of free speech on Reddit as much as possible, not because we are legally bound to, but because we believe that you, the user, has the right to choose between right and wrong, good and evil, and that it is your responsibility to do so. When you know something is right, you should choose to do it. But as much as possible, we will not force you to do it." However, these claims were just as hollow as Reddit's moderator guidelines. And when I talk about Reddit's moderator guidelines, this is what I mean. So basically, for Ellen Power to increase Reddit's censorship, Reddit would need power mods to handle the dirty work. And so in October 2014, the first major power mod was born.
Gallo
A
Boob.
mod known as Gallo Boob.
Yeah, I fucking called it, yes!
Is
Yes!
the digital representation of Reddit's new era. Gallo Boob is a mod with over 36 million karma. He's termed a power mod for his vast control of the top subreddits, controlling huge subreddits like r oddly satisfying, r relationship advice, and r roast me. He's a power mod notorious for blocking comments critical of him. And not only comments, it got so bad that a subreddit calling out Gallo Boob's power-hungry censorship was also banned from Reddit. This was the new era of Reddit, where those criticizing the power structure would be threatened with banishment. In the words of Ellen Powell, Reddit was no longer a bastion of free speech. But again,
now
in
it's
2014,
Gallo
this
Boob's
was just
site.
the tip of the iceberg. You see, in theory, Reddit's moderator guidelines require volunteers not to use a breach of one set of community rules to ban a user from another community, because these guidelines were created in a time when internet censorship was looked down upon. But this was a new era, an era when even more power mods would begin to emerge, like the infamous moderator Awkward the Turtle. Awkward the Turtle
This vid is for those who are extremely online. True.
2,572 subreddits,
That's
and
true.
like Gallo Boob, he's a mod notorious for silencing opinions he doesn't like. And unfortunately, these occurrences aren't anomalies either. Moderator tyranny in the last few years has gotten to an all-time high, with this model of censorship spreading across the internet like wildfire. But for now, in 2014, power mods were only just beginning to rear their ugly head. The most hated person on Reddit wasn't Gallowboob or Awkward the Turtle.
I don't know who that
hatred
one is.
Was for the CEO, Ellen Powell.
I don't know who Awkward
Reddit
the
at the
Turtle
time
is.
still cared about free speech and internet censorship.
I remember Shitty Watercolor.
Because these ideas were at the core of Reddit, and with Ellen Powell's statements and actions, Redditors disliked her deeply. The watershed moment for this hatred came when former community manager David Croce gave an Ask Me Anything about being fired from Reddit. David Croce stated that Ellen Powell dismissed him with 1 year of health coverage when he had cancer. As a result of this, a petition was made to remove Powell as CEO of Reddit. And so on July the 10th, Ellen Powell resigned as CEO. But maybe Ellen Powell was just the instrument and not the musician, because Ellen Powell wasn't anywhere near as authoritarian as the person who would replace her. Spez.
But he helped create the site! He's its dad! Oh my god!
Spez.
Also, one thing that I find really interesting is like you can't really make another Reddit site now, because if you do, it just immediately becomes for racists. Like I remember, what was it called? They tried to make a Twitter replacement and it was called, I think it was like Geb or something, I already forgot now. But it was literally only inhabited by racist fucking weirdos. So that's the real issue here, is because they've gone so deep here. Like the only people, I don't know how to explain it, but like if you try and compete with something that's open like Reddit or Twitter, all you get is racists. So like there's nothing you can really do. You just have to fucking swallow some dog shit here. Because any competitor just immediately devolves into only for racism. It's wild. Yik Yak is another good example. I remember that got really bad. Gab, that's what it was. Yeah, Gab. There was a Reddit replacement that I'm blanking on. VidMe trying to compete with YouTube went into nothing but videos of suicide and racism. Fuck. What was the Reddit one? Was it Vote? I think it was Vote. Yeah, it's unlucky. Because you like now, like you can't compete because then only racists use your site. Like there's like no winning. Like there's nothing you can really do.
Spez's reign as CEO brought about the most change to Reddit, and as you could guess, this change wasn't good. Far from it. This quickly became obvious when Spez decided to scrub Aaron Swartz's legacy on Reddit. Spez removed Aaron's position on Reddit's co-founder page and began scrubbing posts heralding Aaron Swartz's legacy. This was a move that would define Reddit's new position on free speech.
Exit Prime, Halloween
Next,
Jack,
Spez
and the
would introduce the
resub
quarantine,
Diagnosis
which was an
Assassin,
effective
and
tool
Lookin'.
to silence communities that didn't break any rules. Spez would use the quarantine to discredit content that Spez didn't like. And when I say Spez would censor content that he didn't personally like, I mean it was content that Spez personally didn't like. Infamously, Spez went into Reddit's database to alter and change comments he didn't like to distort posts in the R. Donald subreddit. Of course, those in the Donald subreddit didn't too kindly to the move, so the Donald called out Spez's direct censorship and manipulation of speech, and even created a subreddit dedicated to criticizing Spez. But to Spez, this was outrageous. How dare users enact their revenge? And so once again, Spez used his position as CEO to modify comments attacking him, changing these comments to instead criticize R. Donald mods rather than himself. But Spez couldn't do all of this on his own, and this is where Reddit moderators would become notorious for their Mickey Mouse levels of censorship. Because, as I mentioned earlier, Reddit's decline was catalyzed by the combination of power-hungry moderators and censoring Reddit administrators. On this new Reddit, it became common practice for political opinions to be banned from the site, and it wasn't just Spez editing comments, it was Reddit moderators exerting their power over all those who disagree with the status quo. Which is why saying things like this would get you removed. Because Reddit power mods love that sweet sensation of bossing people around in the most minor ways imaginable. And I could go on and on about the countless examples of moderator tyranny, but I think it can all be perfectly summed up with this post right here. And just guess what happened to this post. It was of course removed by Reddit moderators. And not only that, the user who posted it was banned from over 40 major subreddits in 40 minutes.
And you're banned. You can no longer post on wholesome puppers.
So then you may be asking, how did these mods gain so much power? Why was Aaron Swartz scrubbed from Reddit history? Why did Spez actively work to stifle the free speech of Reddit users? I mentioned earlier that these Reddit mods are like teachers' pets, with their only compensation being power. But this isn't the full story.
And it's a lot of power.
In order to run hundreds and thousands of subreddits, it takes a ridiculous amount of time that just isn't available to you if you're working or being a normal human being in society, unless you're being paid for this time.
I remember this.
For example, has been caught several times taking money from companies to shill their products on Reddit. One of these cases was with Gallowboob advertising for Netflix on the subreddit Hail Corporate. When people on the subreddit began to call him out on it, he would remove every single critical comment. The Gallo booths of Reddit are like the Cambridge Analytica for corporations. These mods have influence over millions and unrivaled power on the website. The trade-off being they do the dirty work for Reddit admins, and in return, Reddit turns a blind eye to their profiteering from advertising products. And this wasn't the only thing Reddit turned a blind eye to. I mentioned in my last video on Reddit that Reddit was being manipulated by big finance. I detailed in the video how corporations use Reddit as a tool for propaganda. But it's not only corporate propaganda, in fact Reddit has become the engine for the political censorship we see today. The most clear sign of this came with Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016, which used our politics to promote articles favourable to Hillary. And every time Redditors brought up the fact that Hillary Clinton received more money from the arms and weapons industry than any other candidate in history, these posts would be downvoted into oblivion. That's why you
What does that have to do with the
criticizing
Reddit
Black Lives
mod,
Matter
though?
being banned, whereas pro-Black Lives Matter posts gain thousands of karma. It's why showing just some of the damage done by Black Lives Matter to ordinary people is removed. It's why just upvoting some posts on the site will
this
get you
seems like a
banished from
reach.
Reddit. It's why Reddit turns a blind eye to moderator abuse to keep the Reddit status quo in check. It's all to keep corporations and political interest groups happy. But nothing could define Reddit's era
Well,
of censorship any
this
better.
really took a turn. It's also equally possible that the people on Reddit lean one way politically more so than the other, so those posts just get upvoted naturally more, while the others get downvoted by people. That took a real big turn there. I don't think that has anything to do with the Reddit mods manipulating anything, unless the posts were removed, which he's not saying they were. Thanks to 2 gift subs, Lucky and the resub Floppy. I mean, I'll let it ride, but now it just seems to go from like facts to more of like a bit of a reach here.
Than Reddit's submission to the Chinese government.
Thanks to resub Torchlight.
In 2019, Tencent's investment into Reddit was the final piece of the jigsaw in Reddit's censorship model. I say this because Tencent is run by the biggest censors of all, the Chinese government. The Dutch hacker Victor confirmed this by revealing millions of conversation and users' identities on Tencent were being sent to police stations across China. And just 3 days after this was revealed, the Tencent founder and chief executive had a seat in the National People's Congress. And in recent years, Tencent's activity has become more and more apparent. For example, Tencent has a 38% share in Discord, a 17% share in Snapchat, and it also has investments in game studios like Ubisoft, Activision, and a 40% share in Epic Games.
And Riot
in 2019, Tencent invested $150 million into Reddit.
Now, Reddit users are afraid that their beloved platform, known for uncensored free speech, is going to get censored to meet the demands of the Chinese Communist Party. See, Tencent has a history of censoring things the CCP doesn't like. Its Chinese platforms QQ and WeChat are both heavily censored, and they work with Chinese authorities to give them access to user data. Amnesty International did a report back in 2016 on tech companies protecting users against threats to privacy and freedom of expression. The results? Not so good for Tencent.
No.
Chinese firm Tencent came bottom, the report reads, scoring 0 out of 100, ranked as the company
That's surprising.
taking least
Oh my
action
God.
on messaging privacy and the least transparent.
Spez always claimed that Reddit would never remove content to appease Chinese investors. In fact, he even committed to never doing so. But as always the case, money speaks. Which is why viral posts stating that we need to start taking actions to stop China taking over the world would be removed. Pictures reminding people of the persecution of Uyghur Muslims would be scrubbed from mainstream subreddits. And of course, the famous pictures remembering the atrocities of Tiananmen Square are banned without any justification. Which is why on Reddit, anti-Western posts and comments are allowed, but criticizing Xi Jinping and the CCP? That's unacceptable. Or even criticizing LeBron James's sellout to China gets your posts removed from Reddit. It's very clear that Reddit has irreversibly changed. Long gone are the days of Reddit being a pioneer.
Has he even been on Reddit? What? Almost every single week there's a new thing on the front page of Reddit about some fucked up shit going on with China or something. Like the banning video games one. Like if you just type in China, it's nothing but people critical of decisions being made over there. Like just an immediate search of China. It's almost nothing but negativity. Like I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like everything up until like this point he was speaking like some actual facts, going over like the history of what went on and what was happening, and now it's just like these weird, like, wrong statements. Like, it's a huge reach. I don't get it. It used to be like that 2 years ago. Maybe it was, but I mean, this video was in 2021. Like, it's brand new. And it's not like that at all now. Like, I remember, what was the... Oh, God. Like, when the Winnie the Pooh thing was big, that was all over Reddit. And unless those posts are deleted now, I don't see what he's talking about. He hasn't used it in 2 years, probably. I guess maybe. I can't speak to exactly how it was 2 years ago, but now it's not like anything criticizing China gets banned. It gets right to the front page. Like, the hot thing to do on Reddit now is to criticize China. Damn. What a shame. This was like a really well done video, right up until like the 20-minute mark.
Of free speech. The days of Aaron Swartz's values being at the core of Reddit have been replaced by the values of power-hungry moderators, corporations, and Chinese propaganda. But what if Reddit's fall isn't just endemic to Reddit? Reddit has been the catalyst for a wave of censorship across the internet. The model of power-hungry moderators, out-of-control tech leaders like spares and political propaganda is a model adopted by almost all social media sites.
Since 2016, the Chinese Communist Party paid $20 million to outlets like the Los Angeles Times, the Chicago Tribune, and the Washington Post. Twitter, which now operates as a publisher, also received checks from the Chinese government totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Social media companies have learned from Reddit. Reddit has shown that the backlash to censorship is only minor once you have a group of power-hungry moderators controlling the flow of information.
Oh, people beg for censorship now for some places, especially on Twitter.
Round led by Tencent brought Reddit's valuation to $3 billion, almost double Reddit's valuation just 2 years beforehand. And in 2021, Reddit's valuation is now at $6 billion. But the worst part of all is that Reddit moderators could have stopped this. They were the only people who had the power to do this. They could have shown that social media companies can't get away with the erosion of free speech. Reddit moderators showed that they had this power to change Reddit in 2015. In July of 2015, Reddit began experiencing a series of blackouts as moderators set popular subreddit communities to private. This was done in protest of the recent firing of Victoria Taylor. This Reddit moderator blackout ended up being highly successful and was one of the main reasons why Ellen Pao stepped down as CEO. So if moderators could do it back then, why not now? Well, because it doesn't fit into their tribe. It goes against the grain of their ideology. They don't want to be labelled controversial or conservative or lose any of that lucrative money shilling products from Reddit grants them. Instead, the moderators of Reddit are compliant to censor anti-China posts in exchange for power and money. This model of censorship
Censor
has made
anti-China
Reddit bank. This is why you see censorship everywhere on the internet. It's an incredibly lucrative business practice. To receive Chinese funding means you could double your company's valuation in a ridiculously short time frame. The only cost this comes with is the fabric of Western civilization.
Whoa, what the fuck? Man, if this guy just stopped at the 20-minute history lesson of Reddit, which was super interesting, it would have been great. And then maybe just save this for something else. Like, what anti-China posts are getting censored? The front page of Reddit is constantly just critical of China. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Thanks to the bits Ragnaration. Damn. Like, Reddit is probably one of the most anti-China places I can think of off the top of my head. It's talking about Aaron, which makes sense, because, like, the first 20 minutes were great. I was super drawn in. It's not fair to love part of it, and then when it gets controversial, just to discredit that part. It's not controversial, it's just blatantly wrong. Like, 20 minutes were spent going over actual facts, like the history of Reddit, who formed it, Aaron, what happened with Aaron, and that was super interesting. And now it's like this weird reach about how Reddit is all sucking China's cock, but the entire front page of Reddit is always anti-China posts. I hate Reddit as much as the next guy, and I was super down to see, like, more things to not like about Reddit, but, like, this is just, like, wrong. Again, I'll just, do another search on Reddit for China, and it is nothing but negative posts about China with thousands upon thousands of updates. It is not, like, censoring China posts. that I've seen. Like, this is just an immediate search of China from just I haven't touched anything, and it is nothing but critical of China. It has nothing to do with being controversial. It's just wrong. You don't know what isn't there, though? Yeah, but he's saying that he takes down, the Reddit mods take down any post critical of China. And if that's true, they're doing a horrible job, because this is all from the last week, it seems. Thanks to Prime, JDF cool. It's just news. Right, bad news about China. That's what he's talking about, right? Another thing he mentioned was Tiananmen Square. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I need to make sure that there's nothing bad that comes up. I feel like I'd get banned on Twitch if there's something not good here. Let's see. Yep. Here. This should be fine, I think. I don't see anything, like, bad. And then scrolling down, there's a couple pictures of it, but I'm not going to take a risk on Twitch. This is just the first search. So it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job, considering this one has 121,000 updates. This one has 62,000 updates. Did I spell it wrong? Did I? Oh, I did. Yeah, here. Same thing. Like, it's not like any of this shit's deleted. So, I mean, it's just like he's just like actually wrong. Reddit still fucking sucks, but I don't understand what point he's making by just presenting something that you can immediately disprove by just typing it in on Reddit. Which ones are negative again? He said that you can't even look... What did he say about Tiananmen Square? That it immediately gets deleted when talking about it?
Ideology. They don't want to be labeled controversial or conservative or lose any of that lucrative money shilling products from Reddit grants them. Instead, the moderators of Reddit are compliant to censor anti-China posts in exchange for power and money. This model of censorship has made Reddit bank. This is why you see censorship everywhere on the internet. It's an incredibly lucrative business practice. To receive Chinese funding means you could double your company's valuation in a ridiculously short time frame. The only cost this comes with is the fabric of Western civilization.
That's the beauty of America, that you can be different. Right. You can be an individual, but now you cannot be an individual, and that's what North Korea did. YouTube is that I talk about women getting sold in China. And those tier 1 Stormborn. Because, I mean, it's somehow doesn't meet the YouTube guideline. Yeah. And they letting North Korean regime to have their propaganda channel on YouTube. So they give a platform to dictatorship, but they do not want to give a platform to the people who is fighting this human rights justice fight.
Reddit has been at the core of this censoring trend. Reddit has shown how easy it is to get moderators.
Reddit censors the fuck out of things.
Reddit has shown how easy it is for users to accept censorship by controlling the narrative.
I would certainly not say that it's a bastion for sucking China's dick.
And censorship has given the go-ahead for all the other tech giants to censor. And people passively accept this because when all dissent is silenced, you feel alienated. As if your voice doesn't have any support, because you never see and connect with all those who don't want to see the erosion of a free and open internet. And Reddit moderators could have acted as the final buffer. They could have been the final force to stop the censoring trend. but instead, they turn their back on free speech and the country for greed and power. This behavior is anti-Western to the core. Throughout history, the default style of governance has always been dictatorship, and to be in power, you have to be ruthless. You have to punish your enemy in the public eye. You have to censor speech that doesn't go along with the government projection. Every king and emperor did the same thing until the United States. The United States, a country which understood the importance of freedom of speech. The founding fathers knew this because they understood human nature. They understand what had happened in the past when free speech was stifled.
This is starting to sound like a manifesto.
But now we see the people who are willing to give all of that up for power and greed. This is what makes the fall of Reddit so frustrating. Reddit had the potential to be one of the greatest social media platforms of all time. Reddit had the power to change the way we look at society. Reddit could have opened so many doors for interesting discussion unconfined to conventional expectations. It could have opened the door for so many others who didn't fit inside the mold of mainstream culture.
Jesus Christ!
Reddit turned its back on this potential, simply because Reddit let go of its founding core free speech. And now a decade later after Aaron Swartz's death, and it's as though Aaron's work never existed. Reddit was the only social media site that could have actually paved the way for a free and open internet. Moderators could have held Reddit admins accountable to the community and the principles of free speech, and when you remember that Reddit was a key reason for abolishing the Stop Online Piracy Act, it makes Reddit's demise seem like that much more of a missed opportunity. And in a cruel twist of fate, Reddit's decline into censorship has breathed life into a new era defined by censorship. The media, celebrities, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, all of them have transitioned into adopting Reddit's model of censorship. When Reddit abandoned free speech to start censoring people who didn't fit into the mainstream narrative and government propaganda, it represented the real-world transition into the control of information. The cogs behind Reddit's censorship needs to be called out. In the words of Aaron Swartz, when people put their thumbs on the scale and try to say what you can and can't say, we should fight back, both politically through protest and technologically through online means.
So yeah, it's true. Both the government and private companies can censor stuff. But private companies are a little bit scarier because they have no constitution to answer to. They're not elected, really, right? They don't have constituents or voters. All of the protections we've built up to protect against government tyranny don't exist for corporate tyranny in these privately owned spaces that we live in. You know, I think we first saw this in the 90s with malls, right? As malls became the cool place for kids to hang out.
Malls were pretty fucking cool.
All of these freedoms that we had against the government, we lost in the mall because the mall was a private company that could throw people out for saying the wrong thing or wearing the wrong shirt.
What?
Now, Facebook has kind of become the mall. It's where everyone hangs out. And so the private company that owns Facebook can tell you, oh, don't use those kinds of words, don't use those sorts of pictures, don't talk with those people. All of these constitutional rights that we take for granted are now run by a private company that doesn't have to answer to the Constitution.
And Breadist in the prime juice. Yeah, that took a real wild turn at the end there. Well, it was cool for a little bit though. I at least wanted to finish it to see where it went. Facebook is the bastion for all kinds of dumb, stupid fucking beliefs. That's where like everything spawns from. Facebook is like the ideal place if you're like a weird conspiracy theorist. This guy just doesn't like China. Yeah, I mean it seems like it, but I don't understand why he thinks Reddit is pro-China. Like it's not. Like if he just went on there like any day of the week, he would see multiple top front page posts about something that Reddit didn't like that China did. So I don't really understand where it's even coming from. And he said that you can't find the Tiananmen Square anywhere on there, but like just a single search and you have tons and tons of posts talking about it and remembering it and going over the history of it. And then all the Hong Kong protests, that was always on the front page of Reddit. So I just don't know what he's fucking talking about. Hong Kong protests were literally dominating the front page of Reddit for a long time, and it wasn't even close. So I feel like he's just very, very off, or he hasn't been on Reddit in a really long time. Yeah, the Hong Kong protests had tons of traction on Reddit. Thanks for the resub, Danny. And doing alright, Kay. A lot are removed, but usually only when the same exact thing gets posted a million times at once. I could believe that. I see that shit in the comments all the fucking time. There's like one, like... Sometimes there'll be people whining in my comments that I deleted something they said, when I've never deleted a comment in my fucking life. It's because I kept spamming it and then it auto-detected and deleted their comment, because they're dumb. I mean, maybe that happens on Reddit. I don't know. I don't like Reddit. I don't use Reddit very much. But, like, even I know that that was just super wrong. Because when I do go on there, the front page is literally everything he said it's not. Well, in regards to China. There's obviously a lot of censorship on Reddit in general, though. Next to tier 1 Cuban and resub Kush Kills and Weir. The vacuum leaving my collection. No, I didn't see the new Nexpo video.
Okay.
Next to resub XA.
And
Who told you to watch that video? I don't remember.
Well, I think these will be leaving my collection. So.
You're not a centrist? I don't care. You can put whatever label you want on me. I don't give a fuck about politics. I don't care about it. It's a boring topic. I can't influence it. I don't want any part of it. Fuck that. I'll just look at some vacuums.
Self-propelled then. These adversary series. Panasonic, Performance Plus. Bad headlight. Oh, but that, if you all know it.
He seems like he's just got a cool collection of vacuums. We've seen a few vacuum collectors. There's a pretty popular one. I'm sure he's got a couple Dyson models in there. Next to the resub Landro. Getting a boner during ultrasound. Can't watch that on Twitch. Next to the resub Chris and tier 1 Red Brink. Florida man runs to Bermuda in a giant bubble. Oh, I remember this. This was pretty cool. Bugs Bunny being a rapist. It's Twitch, man. Next to the resub PJ. Mojo longest P. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't watch that on Twitch. Jesus. Can't watch pee-pee, poo-poo, or boner videos. No, I haven't seen Shang-Chi. I'd never even heard of it until I saw everyone posting about it on Twitter. So it's apparently pretty good. I'll check it out. Godfathers of Beyblade? Haven't we seen that? It's the old men that play Beyblade. They have like their own underground old man circuit. Nope, this is not it. No, this is definitely the same video. Just a different title. And he has a rival, right? Thanks for some jellyfish. Yeah, we've seen this. It's pretty fucking cool. God, he's so fucking cool. As Yusuf Isaac. I don't want to watch the whole thing because I've already seen it, but I will spoil it. He's not really like the Beyblade god, but he does have extreme talent. God, it's so fucking cute. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. The 2012 Beyblade World Championship. I remember we tried watching that. It wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be. The decline of CC's Pizza. What happened? I'm gonna take a piss real quick before I watch this. Give me 1 second. Be right back. I'm back. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Unorthodox Paradox. Thank you for the generosity while I was taking a tinkle. Thanks to the resub Kitty Galore and the Prime Shelblord. Ever heard the story of Boss Book 1? No. Thank you, the Prime Desmaristi.
I can describe CC's pretty well by simply saying macaroni and cheese pizza. It's cheap, it's unhealthy, it's creative. You may regret eating it later, but you're still gonna eat it. That's how I look at CC's. For $5.99, you can eat all the pizza you want. They have all the traditional flavors, but then they also have buffalo chicken, barbecue pork, spinach Alfredo. They'll even make a custom pizza for you. They also have salad, pasta, cinnamon rolls. I wouldn't call it the best quality, but it's cheap and you get a lot of it and it's a unique experience. If you haven't been to CC's, I recommend giving it a try. Worst case scenario, you wasted $6, though it it may be hard to find one. They're not
Thanks
as
to
big
Resub
as they
Eternal
used to be.
Zardoz.
10, 15 years ago, they were the 5th largest pizza chain in the country, and today they're hanging around number 10. 2009 was their peak.
I never
with
really liked
650
CC's pizza.
locations. That has since
But
dropped
the macaroni
to
pizza sounds cool.
397. It has not been good times
Thanks,
over
Resub
at
Moshi.
CC's. What was thought to be the next up-and-coming pizza place has fallen. So today, I want to talk about this one-of-a-kind restaurant, how they grew to that level, and speculate as to what happened to them. Today, there are more CC's in Texas than any other state. 42% of them, which makes sense because that's where they started. In 1985, these two guys, Mike Cole and Joe Croce, opened the first CC's restaurant in Plano, Texas. They came up with the name CC's because both of their last names started with the letter C.
That's pretty good.
The whole thing in the beginning was very modest and simple. To open
Easy
that
Tier
first
1 Potato
restaurant,
Tron
they
and
each
the
took
Prime Rento,
$10,000
title, and
that they had
5
saved
subs
up, borrowed
defrosted.
another $87,000, which wasn't a lot of money
Thank
to
you.
open a pizza place, but they made it happen. To keep the cost down, they rented a location that was on the smaller end and personally brought in their tools to remodel it. I would say that their initial business plan was similar to Little Caesars. That smaller location motivated
Make
them
pizza.
to put a greater focus on carryout.
That makes sense.
But their competitive edge was to keep the costs down so they can sell their pizzas at an unbeatable price. The model ended up being so successful that they quickly set out to open a second CC's restaurant. Now, since the first one worked out so well, they were a little more
Guys,
ambitious
resub
with this
Aubriana.
one when they chose to open it much
Never
closer
tried their grilled
to
cheese
Dallas.
pizza either.
It's a larger market, but also more competitive. It's a higher risk, potentially higher reward type situation. It did not work out quite as well. Their rock bottom prices weren't as effective, but it turned out to be a good thing because it forced them to develop their identity. They added their now famous pizza buffet as an attempt to stand out from the competitors. I'm confident that they were unique in doing this because today they claim to have invented the concept. Years later, Pizza Hut became famous for their pizza
Interesting.
buffet, but according to CC's, they were the ones who did it before anyone else. And since they kept the prices low and the quality high enough, it worked so well that it inspired them to shift away from the carryout aspect and focus more on that buffet, advertising it, improving the seating and
I was
dining
never a big
experience,
buffet
making
guy.
some logical expansions to the food that they
I just find it to be
offer,
pretty
eventually
gross.
adding things like pastas and salads and dessert pizzas. Dessert pizza is a combination of two words that I can get behind. Once that second location rebounded and they started to make a name for themselves in 1987,
You're a
they got
small
into
buffet guy.
franchising. That's when
Yeah,
others
true.
would pay them money to own and operate their own CC's. Once that happened, they started popping up all over Texas. In 1990, they had 10 locations all within the state, and by the year 2000, they had grown to 345, primarily around the southeastern part of the country. Despite being a value pizza chain, they actually had a pretty decent reputation. Over that 10-year span, they had become
I've
known
never
as
heard
one of the
anything positive
cleanest,
about
most
CC's for what it's
affordable,
worth. At least not that I can think
family-friendly
of
restaurants
off the
out
top of my
there. In the
head.
year 2000, they attempted to move a little bit away from their role as a value pizza place when they raised their price and used that increase to try to improve things a bit. See, when they started
Goddamn,
that
Paradox,
buffet
thank
back
you
in
again.
1985,
Jesus Christ.
the price was
Appreciate
$1.99.
that.
Like I said, it was unbeatable. Then over the next 15 years, it had slowly crept up to $2.99. So in 2000,
I don't know what you mean,
when
but
they
thanks for the
suddenly
bits,
raised
caw
it
caw.
to $3.99, they needed to justify it. And I think they did it. It was a big effort that involved expanding their selection, that included offering vegetables as toppings for the first time. They also redesigned their restaurants with their new
Thanks,
red
Gift
and
Sub
green
Sensei.
color scheme and adopted a new logo to go along with it. It was a noticeable change, and their overall sales saw an improvement from it. They used that momentum to continue to grow, making their way up north and out west. Throughout that decade, there was a new CC's Pizza opening just about every week, and as I said, their peak was
Wow,
right
that's
around
pretty cool.
2009, and they've since been shrinking considerably. I know that when you hear something like that, 2009, the first thing that your mind jumps to is the recession, but I don't
No, I
think
jumped
that's
to
the
Call of
case
Duty.
here. They have disclosed that their
Modern
sales
Warfare.
in the first week of 2009 were 4% higher than the first week of 2008, suggesting that the recession probably helped things, which would make sense for a value pizza chain. When you don't have the money to spend on your usual pizza place, you go to CC's. It's among the cheapest of any of them. So we have to look to other places, which has proven to be difficult because CC's has always been a private company that has hasn't been disclosing too much information, but looking at everything I could, I put together my best guess as to what's been happening with them.
Their pizza sucks,
Joe
maybe?
Croce,
I don't know.
one of the 2 C's and CC's that started the company? I wonder if he was the first C or the second C. For their first 18 years, he was a major part of the company. He was the president and CEO, and I would consider him a good one. He seemed to be passionate about the business and took pride in the way that it was represented. It was very important to him that the food was fresh and the service was good and the restaurants were clean. Since CC's is mostly franchised, they're not the ones running the restaurants. So the best thing that they can do is be selective when choosing the franchisees. Make sure they're trained right, check up on them consistently, things like that. Under Croce's leadership, they were very good at this. The system worked well, evidenced by the fact that for their first 15 years, they never closed a restaurant.
That's a pretty good streak.
Because they were selecting the right people and keeping them on track. In 2003, suddenly, Joe Croce decided to exit the business. He had 2 young children he said he wanted to spend more time with, so he stepped down as CEO, sold a share in the company, and effectively left altogether. But he cared so much about the restaurant that he was adamant about selling it to CC's managers. Most likely, he could have gotten considerably more money entertaining offers from outside the company, but he wanted it to go to people that he knew and trusted. And by the way, after the sale was done, he donated 20% of the proceeds to his church.
Quick text message,
that's
hold on.
The kind of person we're dealing with. Despite his best efforts to leave the company in the hands of people who would do well in running it, I don't think that was the case. As soon as he left, the company amped up those expansion plans. The year before he left, they opened 20 new restaurants, and the year after he left, they opened 97, which to this day is their biggest single-year increase. In 2006, they said that they planned to be well over 1,000 locations by 2010. None of it ever happened, but it shows you where their
maybe that would have saved their business.
It's my suspicion that once Croce was gone, to hit these numbers, they became more lenient in selecting franchisees and generally lowered those standards for the restaurant.
Thanks, Father Master.
Maybe they could have been accepting them from bad areas, maybe they weren't financially stable enough, maybe they just weren't good at running a restaurant. Part of the
it's buffet pizza. It's like a buffet pizza place. It's not super deep.
Signing agreements to open multiple franchises. In many cases, it was 10 or 20 of them at a time. When I read reports about individual restaurant closings, a lot of them seem to be from this big opening spree leading up to 2009. As far as their lower standards, I don't think their reputation is anything like it used to be. Some of you watching this may think that they are fantastic.
Well, this is pretty underwhelming. I thought it was going to be something really drastic.
Place you've ever been. It's really a toss-up as to what you're
I thought it was going to be a pretty crazy story,
so
but it's just pretty normal.
That these franchises are disconnected from the central company. There have even been quite a few health code violations. I'm just saying, some of the stuff that they're letting slide today wouldn't have gone over well in the days of Joe Croce. In 2017,
well, if the roaches move in, you can't stop them then.
Had gone up for 13 straight quarters, which I don't think is that impressive considering all the closures before and during that time. But when asked, their CEO at the time said that one of the main reasons behind it was a stronger relationship with the franchisees.
Alright. That was pretty underwhelming. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be back in 2 seconds. See? Very quick. Thanks a bit, Joey, and the resub Joycey and Thomas, and tier 1 Dr. Mifu, and resub Orpheus. I thought it was going to be like some kind of drastic, crazy story about CC's. Yeah, Kay's cooking still uploads, but we don't watch anymore because people were mean to her. There's a tier 1 Damon. I've already watched the Bishop Sycamore stuff. It was a pretty interesting story. The almost deadly punch the NBA wants us to forget. Holy shit. Dude got punched so hard he turned into Mick Foley? My god, that mask is horrifying.
What's up guys, Mike here, and yes, today's video is a very sensitive subject matter. However,
there's a tier 1 RCB and tier 1 pugs for life.
I love teaching people about NBA history, and this subject is definitely a huge part of NBA history. The reason I say this is that while this is the deadliest punch the NBA has ever seen, it also was a punch/fight that started a movement that ended up basically turning the NBA from a league that glorified fighting to a league that just would not tolerate.
Damn, they should really go back to that.
Some other
like hockey. Have some fighting in the
However,
NBA, make it
this
interesting.
punch is what caused a huge NBA anti-violence movement, and so I think you guys should know as much as you possibly can about it, and I think you guys should know as much as you possibly can about the NBA in the 1970s. Because in the 1970s, the NBA was nothing like it was today. Because back in the late 1970s, the rules when it came to fighting were not at all like they are now. In fact, when it came to fighting, the NBA was basically a free-for-all, as in 1977
oh, nice.
alone, there were 41 official fights recorded, a number that included a fight between Maurice Lucas and Daryl Dawkins on national television during Game 2 of the
Damn, he just missed an open layup.
This fight, as you could see,
Crash.
looks kind of funny, but was very serious and only resulted in each player being thrown out of this game. There was a fine, but there was no other suspension. If you need or just want more proof as to how bad the NBA's fighting culture had become,
Thanks,
let's
Griffos.
just take a look at several quotes from Sports Illustrated's NBA.
Damn, that ref with a Goldberg spear.
Because amazingly, this preview was based around NBA enforcers, as SI chose 6 players they deemed to be the top enforcers of the league and described each player in the article the way you would describe a boxer. Fittingly, Kermit Washington, the man who would throw the punch that almost killed a man that very season, was featured as an enforcer, and his profile
This would make the
read
NBA
as
so much more
Washington
fun to
is a
watch.
nice, quiet person who lifts weights and sometimes separates people's heads from their shoulders. In one memorable game last November in Buffalo, Washington ended an elbow skirmish with John Shoemate by dropping the 6'9" forward with a flurry of hooks and haymakers. Shoemate came apart in sections, an eyewitness said.
Oof.
Yeah. Also included in this article
Slapped
were
him.
gems such as a profile of Calvin Murphy that said, last November he got angry at Boston's 6'9" Sidney Wicks, leaped to grab a
God damn.
with his left hand, and with his right hand housered Sidney's face into a bloody pulp. Moving on, this article
What the
stated,
fuck?
former Lakers general manager Pete Newell saying, quote, enforcers are vital. Basketball is not a non-contact sport. You have to have someone out there who loves contact and is
Thanks for 5 gift subs, Cognito.
and if that
Appreciate
wasn't
it.
enough, the man who had just fought in the NBA Finals, Daryl Dawkins, was quoted as saying, like about 30 million other people, I admire Muhammad Ali. That is the way I'm going to be this year. Yup, in the late 70s, we had NBA players comparing themselves to boxers openly, and this was okay. And while all of
It
this
should
is
be okay
certainly
again.
crazy,
NBA
at
is
this
boring
point
as
in the
fuck to
video,
watch
it is
now.
time
Give us
to talk
something.
about the actual punch that would change NBA history forever. This incident would take place on December 9th in a game that featured the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers. In this game, Rudy Tomjanovich would start off red hot, and by the beginning of the second half, he already had 19 points and was looking to score more.
19
When the Rockets
points,
came down with a
amateur.
rebound, Rudy took off down the court in search of an open jumper. Unfortunately, though, Houston Rocket Kevin Kunert and Los Angeles Laker Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had other plans, as the two began to shove each other after Kunert pulled down the rebound. However, at first it appeared that no fight would take place, as Kunert would break free of Kareem and started to head down the court. Seeing this, Kermit Washington grabbed Kunert's shorts from behind in an attempt to slow him down. This was obviously a dirty move, and it was also
Thanks
a
for
move
resub,
that
Mr.
would
Bean.
cause pure chaos. Because when Kermit grabbed his shorts, Kunert responded with an elbow, and from there, Washington's natural instincts took over. Now looking to fight Kunert, Kermit would throw a first punch that would miss and a second that would connect directly with Kunert's face, due in large part to the fact that Kareem was holding both of Kunert's arms behind his back. Now, Kareem would claim that he was attempting to stop a fight from taking place, and surprisingly, Kunert backs this statement up, so we can only assume Kareem did have good intentions here. Unfortunately, Kareem's
I already know
actions would
Malice at the
result in
Palace.
Kunert getting punched in the face, and from there, Kunert's teammate teammate, Rudy Tomjanovich, would jump to action. Not a fighter, Rudy would run towards Kermit in an attempt to break the fight up, later recalling, quote, "All I knew was one of my guys was in trouble." It was this sprint, however, that would end up becoming the first of 2 ingredients for the deadliest punch the NBA has ever seen. The second ingredient, of course...
God damn it, show me the punch! Fuck, there's so much hype! Holy shit!
Assistant coach Jack
This better send him flying into the stands.
Quote, "the greatest punch in the history."
Oh my god, just fucking show me the punch.
This was not a compliment, it was
Fuck.
more of a horrible observation. The reason I say this is, as Rudy ran towards Kermit's back, Kermit had no idea what Rudy's plan was. All he knew was that a giant athlete was sprinting at him in full force, and in his words...
Oh my god, just show me the punch! Oh, Jesus, stop! Jesus Christ!
You learn there that if you're in a fight and someone is coming up from behind you, you swing first and ask questions later. So, sticking with his instincts, Washington would turn around and caught a sprinting Rudy with a punch in the face. And almost instantly after this punch connected,
damn,
the crowd would fall silent in
whew,
what Houston player Mike Newland called the loudest silence you have ever heard. Immediately, Rudy fell to the ground holding his face.
Man, he even got his hands up to block it too, and it went straight through it.
Kareem would compare the sound of the punch to someone dropping a melon on a concrete floor, and honestly, the end result of this punch was actually that harmful. As looking up at the ceiling from the ground, a dazed Rudy would actually ask his trainer if the scoreboard had fallen on him. Later, the impact of this punch would be scientifically compared to the equivalent of a person being thrown out of a moving car at 50 miles per hour. Everyone in the arena knew right away that things were very serious, and so Houston's medical staff quickly got Rudy both off the floor and to a hospital. And at the hospital, it was determined that this punch had both caused Rudy's back teeth to stick together and had resulted in so much damage that spinal fluid was dripping down.
Oh my god.
Immediately pushed him into surgery in order to save his life, and Rudy's doctor would later say that in Rudy's condition, quote, "with good medical care administered quickly, patients in his condition will usually pull through. Anything less and you lose them." Horrifying words for a horrifying situation. Luckily though, for everyone involved, Rudy would pull through, but after the surgery took place, again, his doctor would emphasize just how much damage this punch had done, stating that
so then he took Muay Thai classes.
Similar to putting the broken pieces of an eggshell back together. And in a move that really shows us the type of man that Rudy Tomjanovich is, after he was officially cleared by doctors and told he was going to survive this horrible experience, Rudy's teammate, another Sports Illustrated enforcer Calvin Murphy, would call Rudy at the hospital and basically told Rudy that he was going to get Kermit Washington if it was the last thing he did.
Oh, that's a nice guy. That's a good friend.
Kermit Washington had just put him in the hospital, ruined his basketball career, and almost cost him his life. Rudy's response to Calvin was immediate. "No," he would tell him. "Murph, you gotta make me a promise that you won't start anything tomorrow or the next night
Aiden
or
in the
with
Prime
any of the
Ninja.
Lakers next
Resub
week."
Grand
In
Worm.
response, Calvin would try and
No,
say,
I can't watch that,
"But
Judge."
Rudy," and immediately Rudy cut him off, saying, "Promise, Murph. Promise." Years later, Calvin Murphy would look back on this story and cry, putting things into perspective by saying, quote, "Think about it. The man is in the hospital. He's in terrible shape. He has no idea.
Yeah, should have
what's
blasted the
happened to
dude.
him, and he's worried about me. Every place we went the next few weeks, I couldn't get that out of my mind."
He's a Prime
Because, as you
Taken,
can see,
Shao,
even
and the resub
immediately after
Zerka.
someone had committed a horrible act against him, Rudy wanted no part of retaliation. In fact, in an interview with Rudy in 2017, he would actually say that he felt sorry for Kermit because of all the horrible things that Kermit had to live through after almost killing a man. And yes,
I don't
when we
think
look
he was
back at
that
both
torn up.
Kermit and Rudy's life after this punch, we find that both men would never be the same. A 4-time All-Star before the punch had taken place, Rudy would incredibly return to the court the next season. Again,
Man, it's like a Halloween costume.
However, it was soon obvious that he was not the same player, and just 2 seasons later, he was forced to retire and eventually would sue the Lakers and was rewarded $3.3 million in compensation. As for Kermit Washington, well, as soon as people saw the footage of this punch, he became one of the most hated men in America. Finally,
Oh,
his
wow.
enforcer image had gone too far, and because he had nearly killed a man, he would face several repercussions. The least of these would be the 60-game, 26-game suspension and $10,000 fine given to him by the NBA. What was then the longest on-court suspension in NBA history. I say this was the least of the repercussions he faced because, due to the fact that the video of this punch was shown time and time again on news stations across the country, fans would turn on Kermit in a way that the NBA had never seen before. Not only was Kermit booed everywhere he went, but he and his family would also receive countless death threats that remained a constant reminder of the worst mistake he had ever made. And adding on to this, Kermit's punch would be the jolt the NBA needed to make massive changes to their views when it came to fighting.
Oh, so he's the reason they don't fight anymore?
Would become the poster child of the NBA's anti-fighting agenda. And honestly, after looking into his career after the NBA, I don't blame people for disliking him. Now, this in no way means that I think the death threats were justified.
Is the prime Ben,
however,
Beast?
since the punch, the victim, Rudy Tomjanovich, has gone out of his way to make it clear that he forgives Kermit. Despite this, Kermit has by many accounts tried to make himself out to be the victim of this situation and has been caught lying several times in an attempt to gain sympathy. Several of these lies would pop up in a story published by the New York Times. A story in which Kermit claimed that because he was viewed as a public enemy, he had 1, been denied from every single coaching job he had ever applied for, and 2, that his own college, American University, wanted nothing to do with him. These lies were
That's a real college, American University?
A man who wrote a book on this entire incident.
That's
As
made up.
Feinstein pointed out that Kermit Washington had been hired twice as a coach, once by Tom Davis at Stanford, then by the Portland Trail Blazers as a part-time strength coach. As for American University wanting nothing to do with him, well, in the school's 2002 media guide, there are 2 whole pages dedicated to Kermit Washington. On top of this, the athletic director at the time, Tom George, constantly made it clear that Kermit was more than welcome to be a part of the school whenever he felt like it. However, Kermit chose to ignore all of this and instead focused on the fact that when he applied to be the school's athletic director in 1995 with no experience, he was turned down and instead offered a job as an assistant so he could work his way up. In response to this, Kermit would say, quote, "I didn't see why I couldn't be the AD so they could use my name out front and then have someone with more experience be my assistant." And after that Times article was posted, Kermit's victim mentality only grew. As amazingly, in an act of pure ignorance, Kermit attempted to sue the NBA for $5 million for the injustice that Kermit has dealt with for the last 23 years.
The NBA made him throw that punch.
The NBA declined to pay Kermit, and this case did not even make it into a court. A case that did make it into a court, however, was the case of Kermit Washington stealing $500,000 from a charity that worked with kids in Africa. Yes, the end of this video and Kermit Washington's story for now is actually that in 2018, the man would be sentenced to 6 years in a federal prison for charity fraud.
Wow.
And there we have it, guys. Thank you for watching. I hope you
Thanks
learned
to
something.
resub shift key.
Now again, this was a very sensitive subject matter, and usually we don't deal with subjects this
thank you for that, Brad, and self-taught.
This was a very important moment in NBA history, and I wanted to
that
share
was
it with
interesting. That punch did not disappoint. It was pretty impressive. Rudy's in the Hall of Fame now. For what? Getting his fucking ass blasted? Or was he like a really good player? Well, he was a 4-time All-Star at the time, so yeah, I guess that would make sense. It was very much a cheap shot. Yeah, it wasn't like a wow, this guy's a good fighter. It was wow, this guy's a fucking douchebag. What? No, just talking about basketball. He's the prime pet. Yeah, I will never have respect for a sucker punch, but goddamn, that was a fucking vicious one. I didn't really play Fusion Fall. I tried it once. I didn't really like it very much. You must have really liked Fusion Fall, though. And yeah, I've seen that procrastinator Reddit coconut story. Sounds familiar. That's Wang, right? Didn't he do something on that? Yeah, I think I watched this. I don't really remember now, though. Is the resub Est? I might have just seen like clips of it on Twitter or something, though. I don't know if I watched the whole thing. Next resub Obscure Enigma. Have you seen Disturbing Case of Randy Stair? I know the name. Is Randy Stair the guy who was in love with Ember from Danny Phantom and then killed people because he thought when he killed himself he'd be with Ember? Thought so. Thanks to give sub Slim. You've never seen basketball like this. Thanks to the gift sub Montelilies. You're right, I've never seen basketball like this. Holy fuck.
Did y'all just see that? These guys are playing basketball. Well, kind of. And this guy just got the life beat out of him.
This seems fucking cool.
This isn't even a foul.
Well, it shouldn't be. It's his fault.
Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is rugball, a sport created in Russia that mixes elements of basketball, wrestling, and rugby.
Okay, let me watch like a whole match of rugball. Now that I've got the name. Nice. Oh, this guy's good. That's an open lane. That's an open lane. What are you doing? Oh, fucking coward. Oh, nice. Easy layup. Oh, you blew it. Alright, red team sucks. Nice, good putback, good form, good form. Man, they're just dudes hugging dudes everywhere here. So can you like choke out a defender? Khabib plays this? I'll check it out. Oof. It was a shitty shot, and you got your teammate hurt. Oh! Yeah, put a finger in his butt. Let's go! So it looks like you can only have one guy wrestling one guy at a time. There's no double teaming. At least that's what I gather from this. There's a tier 1 OJ mushroom. Good drive. All right. Now we've got a game. I feel like the optimal strategy is just to shoot it, so that way you don't get hurt. Let me see Khabib play it.
Не, у нас есть, да, 4, 5 на 5 много будет. Да, все окей, середина, 5. We're gonna show you Dagestan basketball without rules. Only one rule, don't hurt yourself.
How much did you average in high school? I don't want to talk about it. It's too much, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad if they can't make my my kind of performance. That was gross. Well, this looks so much more lame compared to the one we just watched. I guess they're taking it easy because Khabib is a celebrity and they don't want to hurt him. Thanks to Tier 1 Luna Aria. Thanks to Tier 1 Tap Scott. Nice. When do the Godslap comics come out? They've all shipped, so it should be getting to you soon. A lot of people have already started getting them, but they've been shipping, or they finished shipping like almost 2 weeks ago. Have you seen Big Les? Of course I have. Have you seen the world record for longest free fall? I think so. I think we watched that one. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Watch the Fortnite World Cup. I'll think about it. Yes, it's not a horrible idea. I do love me some Fortnite professional play, of course. I'm not gonna watch Mr. Balin. I prefer visuals, and Mr. Balin only speaks the story, which is fine, but for YouTube night I usually like something with like some visuals. Thanks to the resub, Harambe. Did you listen to Certified Lover Boy? Only a little of it. It was okay at best. The downfall of Nikado Avocado. I already seen like everything on Nikado Avocado. Thanks to the resub, Odette and Fruniel. Thanks to the Tier 1 Brazzers. This Mr. Balin video has crime photos. No, man. I probably can't look at real crime photos anyway. The rise and fall of Netscape. The Human Limit. That sounds pretty cool, and I do like Summoning Salt. I don't know if I've seen this one. Have I seen this? I don't remember. That guy's cruising. Thanks to the resub. Cocos.
For the past several years, Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on a journey. I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible. The 8 levels in an any percent run have individually been optimized to near perfection, but a few years ago that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible tricks and break the game in ways previously unimaginable. This is Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit.
Humans are so fucking embarrassing. Can't even do half the things a machine can do. Thanks to Reset Moistadelphia. Thanks to Reset Kiwis.
First, a few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1, play through 1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally,
Easy.
for an any % speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing. Since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time is. It comes out to 454.26.
I bet
This
there could
was
be a
pulled
way to
off
do
in
it faster
tool-assisted
if a
speedrun,
new glitch was
or a
found.
TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator, by a TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy Lee, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate faster, which can't be done on a normal NES controller. So, 454.26 is our perfect time. Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to beat Super Mario
That's what I
Bros.
was thinking,
Faster than 454.26.
Just find something new.
Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system.
Nope.
Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks to see if you've beaten a level every 21 frames, or every 0.35 seconds. So, in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds, a bus departs a station and takes its passengers
so
to the following level.
Holy shit.
So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there.
Appreciate it.
And what
Thank
this
you.
means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016.
He's a narcissist.
The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01.
Oh, it's so embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Humans are so fucking cringe.
Perfection.
Jesus Christ.
That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect. No more, no less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage.
Ugh.
The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, but the task frame rolls each involved doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch.
Oh.
By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You
That's
can
kind of
see here how
big.
Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame rule.
Humans only
in
fart
1-1,
in sex.
4-1, and
Yeah, it's
8-3,
embarrassing.
the TAS uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the TAS. But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time. To clip into the block, not only does the jump have to be perfectly timed, but Mario's subpixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel. Certain inputs will change this position by a lot, so getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, put this trick out of reach.
Until
At
now.
least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named DoorTK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute forced the
Thanks,
inputs
Prime
of the block
Carlos.
until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further,
Mr. Nick.
using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done in real time.
Good shit. I need to fill up my water. I'm so fucking thirsty. Hold on. I'll be right back. Here's the prime yogurt. That's another thing that's embarrassing about humans. They have to like eat, drink, and shit. It's awful. I'll be right back. I'm back. There's a Prime Shadow and Resub Bruh, Ryochu, and Prime Tomash. Thanks for the resub.
It was
Matthias.
starting to come together, but for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level, and there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right subpixels from a mid-air hesitation, and finally, do the perfect inputs at the block to clip in.
Thanks, Resub Quantum.
Just the luck from the subpixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community
not bad.
needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darbian?
For 0.35 seconds.
Thanks to Prime Popkins. Focus
On August
up.
19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3, but keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances.
But
luckily,
Darbian gets it.
A month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the canonless setup in Super Mario 64
Really?
and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block.
What the fuck?
This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently. And it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1.
He's a Prime Morelia.
The second stage to hit perfection. 8-3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later, on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second. 3 levels down. But after the flagpole glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much more difficult than a flagpole glitch.
Thanks for some
In fact,
squids.
They seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4.
Oh, that's slow as fuck.
Easy
That's
enough.
embarrassing.
But to get
Makes
the
me
perfect
sick.
frame
Spit
rule,
on it.
you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule.
It's
The
not even that
problem
much
was the difficulty
faster.
of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just 1 frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick
thank you for that,
turnaround in the
Fungus.
warp zone, it was technically
Appreciate it.
possible to make the fastest frame rule. But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it was. 8-1's frame rule involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8-1 with 0 frames to spare, you had to save a full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame roll. A soft folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames.
Whoa.
To do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle to do inputs that precise, so combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end, 8-1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8-2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame. And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This seems kind of nuts. The flagpole glitch, where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block. But instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible.
He's a tier 1 con monster.
So, once again, the 8-2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th,
in the Prime.
He did it.
Right.
Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well,
me.
You might have heard of him before.
I don't. Is Andrew G like a household name in Super
16th,
Mario running?
Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the 1-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for
the way he hyped up the name. I thought it was going to be like T-Pain actually found it or something.
1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched. The problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2.
I don't know about that, Curtis.
None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face.
Gyna.
It's time to visit an old friend. This
Billy Mitchell.
420 Blaze It.
Oh. Over 2.
420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the
Thanks
left
for
button.
Mr. Sauce.
But at the very least, it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018,
Luckily, we know just the human.
Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first. Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner. The record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those 2 steps made the no slowdown glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did this.
Okay.
That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll.
Well, it'd still be extremely hard to string them together all in one run.
A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4.2 and 8.2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these 2 stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4.2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8.2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8.2 in particular was believed to be the hardest frame roll to save in the entire game. And it makes sense why. The frame roll had 0 frames to spare and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8.2 frame roll was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a
Who
jump
said that?
with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame rule on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief was sort of unfounded, for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blaze It? In July,
I'm expecting a big reveal where Summoning Salt has the world record.
Proof of concept for 8.2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rule. And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blaze It mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries he was even able to make it past that. So once again, Blaze It had proven that a task frame rule could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole glitch setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8.2 frame rule was the best player the game had.
Markiplier.
The world record holder, Taven Webb.
Let's fucking go! Makes the prime salty.
I got it. I think I got it.
Is this how he recorded all of his
We
footage?
got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like that, another stage down.
These are tier 1
Celebration
Strider,
rang out
Prime
amongst
Charlie,
the
and
community.
Resub Fuego.
Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame rule. With a perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blazeit and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame rule to be saved. 4-2.
And this one was a real bitch.
This last frame rule was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained
Prime
before,
Vanix
to get the
and the
wrong
Prime
warp to
Resub
work,
pin.
you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is.
Thanks, Resub Soto.
The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were two main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blazeit, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was two backwards bumps discovered by Andrew G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong work possible. The wall clip method from Blazeit, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame rule. The two bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster. And in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump, doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly, doing a double fast acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame, and once again a combination of perfect inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly. This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening.
No, son of a
Later
bitch.
on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall. Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame-perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had little success being fast enough to save the frame roll. 2019 came around, and then 2020.
Oh no.
Nothing.
Fuck.
This was the one level that couldn't be solved. And then someone had an idea.
Oh, cool. Fuck
In
yeah.
June
Good
2020, a third method for
What if we
possibly
just
saving the frame roll was
not
found.
try anymore?
At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard. Of course it was. But it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like.
Dylan. Just playing the level normally? Wait, that's genius!
It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator.
What?
It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your sub-pixel and sub-speed values with a precise input combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch where if you hit a specific pixel in a wall between two blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly one frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground.
Wow.
That meant it had to be both a pixel-perfect jump into the wall and a frame-perfect jump to execute the wall jump.
Is it tier 1
But if both
vibing
of those were
potato
pulled
and the
off,
resub manic and
you could
5
get the
gift subs
second
Mickey.
backwards bump off
Thank
of the
you,
pipe.
Mickey.
Quickly entering the pipe also involves subspeed manipulation and more
I'm sorry to
precision
hear that,
from your
Itai. I hope
inputs.
everything's alright.
Of
Hope it
course,
looks up.
in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the frontrunner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy, he just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved.
Golbang and Human.
It was time to make history.
Oh no, we're in current year!
And where's my 11 pixels at, man? Oh my gosh! Please! Please!
Don't beg me. Do it yourself, coward.
Yes! 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 Oh my god!
That was in line with the beat. That was cool.
Oh my god! I can't believe it!
Nifsky had just saved the
Thanks,
last
Risa
frame
Boogie
rule
Night.
for an any percent speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade
Prime
of
Lethal.
collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4.
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros., and it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame.
Good.
There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe.
Seems pretty
There's
easy.
a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect."
The hubris
That
on
was
this
a
man.
bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first
Is there
room with
some
a
Durfee?
fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the
Thanks for the
turnaround
resub,
room,
Miss Trey.
he only scrolled the screen 1 pixel past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early.
Oof,
and in the last
amateur.
room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71.
Ugh.
Remember,
Still
the
not good
theoretical
enough.
limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56.
Ooh, we're getting there. We're knocking
key
on the
was
door.
Fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was
Resub
under
Dark
the
Ant.
impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame. But by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53,
not a big
creeping
improvement.
ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal.
Yeah, so they
Once
say.
again, the time
I don't
save
trust
came
it.
from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTAce lowered it by 1 frame.
1 frame?
454.51.
1 frame?
Just
Fucking
a
amateur!
quarter of a second away.
Lowered by
But
10
at this
frames and I'll be
point,
impressed.
8.4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster.
Oh!
However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You had to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in
Jesus
total could be
Christ.
saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were
There's
rolled
a
out
Prime
as being
Blaze.
tasks only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, it was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until Tavenweb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to
There's a
try
Prime.
messing around with the impossible double
Equicena
fast
and
acceleration,
Vallis.
and to
Thank
everyone's
you, Itai.
surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off.
How much? How much time?
far
Do we
could he
beat the
close
machines?
gap?
Through human ingenuity? Do we beat technology?
Yes! I tied it. I tied the record.
That seems like an awfully risky one right there. He didn't get to run under him. Oh my god! Oh my god! But none of this was all strung together in a single run, right? I don't think that's been done yet. This is all just theoretical bests for humans. It was? This was all strung together in a single run? I thought these were just theoretical bests.
That's it. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The time
I guess,
was
Mickey.
now 454.39.
It
Taven
wasn't.
lowered
Okay,
the
I
gap
thought so.
to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time
Well,
save
that's-
Taven was going for that
yeah.
he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time.
Oh, God. Oh, Jeremy kind of snuck in there for a second. He's gone now.
Finally, by May 2020, someone
Nice
was able
resub,
to
no
do
rest
it.
for the wicked.
Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8-4 that barely died.
Oh.
But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god!
Easy Prime called Reginald and the Reese of Abysmal,
This made it a
Picante, and
three-way
Renan.
tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38.
Oh!
He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GTAce would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room. 454.36.
We're so close!
And when Velxino
Suck my dick
tied this time
machines!
a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34.
Ah, we're coming!
At 454.34,
We are
players were
evolution.
presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection.
Thanks, Reese of Benjamin, Angel,
The
and
problem
Beasts.
was where these frames were located.
Of course, Beast, I have a lot.
One frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them
We're
were
so
from
close.
doing past fast accelerations.
We're so close.
Humans couldn't do those. So the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit.
Oh! That's
Well,
RuneScape music.
One thing was clear.
Who's coming? Is it Zezima?
The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear.
Anything is
impossible.
God damn it, I was close. I thought we were going Kevin Garnett, anything is possible.
Oh wait, I might get this. I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
True electronics, that is true.
Yes!
Don't celebrate yet! Jesus Christ, pay attention! Who's Tree? Is he cheating? He hasn't been mentioned in the documentary yet. Oh! Who's tried Impossible Burgers? I fucking love Impossible Burgers. Shit slaps. Come on, baby! Yes! Yes! Oh! Ah!
This is the current human sum of best.
Current?
We are 2 frames away from completely
Fucking
running out of time
machines.
to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th
Humans
of a
are so
second
goddamn
is what
cringe.
stands in the way
Can't
between
even be perfect.
humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame,
Oh, sweet. Well,
it's
thanks,
in the
Nod.
first room
Thanks,
for
Resub
performing
Bullet.
a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision or difficulty, but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this.
You haven't seen my
Write
fingers.
for only one frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for one frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before.
I just did it.
But it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with a controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame rule hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now.
Fine, fuck it, I'll find it, whatever.
But that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.'s future.
I would be so pissed if there was a new frame rule discovered and I was one of the guys that put these thousands of hours into running the current routes. I would be pissed. And it turns out to be significantly easier. Oh, I'd be inconsolable. I really would. I'd feel like I wasted so much fucking time. That was a really good video. I love Summoning Salt. Thanks for resub Kill Command and Malcolm. That's just how speedrunning is, though. True. I'll find a big time saver somewhere, or I'll perfect 8-4. I haven't decided yet. Have you seen, what was that? Missed it, sorry. The frame you said might be impossible was recently done, was it? What would I even type in? Maybe just frame rule and go by new. He did it?
Maybe it is a block. Maybe, I don't know. I'm confused.
God, this looks intense. Holy fuck. I'm looking at his fingers right now and it's scaring me.
Goodbye! Goodbye! Yes! Yes! Goodbye! Goodbye! It's over! It is over! It's over! Finally!
So he did it?
Yes, dude! Yes!
We're one frame away then, right?
Goodbye! Goodbye, 84IL! I did it! Goodbye!
So-
Vamonos! It's over!
One more frame then.
Oh my god, dude. 9th run into last room. Dude, I almost saw your axe. I tried to turn around, and I didn't. I'm shaking so hard. Look at my
Aw.
fingers. Oh my god. It happened.
Nice. But we're still not good enough to beat a machine yet. Until they save that last frame, I won't be impressed. Thanks for resub, Timmy. One frame is the difference between us and them. Yeah. God damn right. Fucking machines. We already watched the Florida Pedophile Village. Did we find out where that frame is? Oh, that little bastard could be hiding anywhere. We don't know. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Papa Payne. Thank you for the generosity, Payne. I've already seen all the 11'8" bridge shit. Ooh. What it's like being married to Neil deGrasse. Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I got recommended to everyone recently. Thanks to the resub, Dragon Pit. Yeah, I watched the Cult of Lamb thing when they premiered it. During Gamescom. How to make ramen? Okay. Well, I'm assuming you were asking for How To Basic. Thanks to Tier 1 Poolwolf, which we've all seen, I'm sure. It has 26 million views. Have you seen the conspiracy that dinosaurs aren't real? That one's been a conspiracy for a long time. Oh, there was a channel that I remembered the other day. Well, not the other day, earlier this afternoon. It's called This Morning. It's where I found like a lot of old goofy stories, like that woman who only has sex with Ghost. I don't remember what the thumbnail is though. I don't even know if it's terms. But like they interview people that have weird stories to tell, and there's this lady who divorced her husband to fuck some ghosts. It's called This Morning, I think. Yeah. Let me see if they have anything. Doesn't seem like anything too wacky. I married the man convicted of my brother's murder. What? See, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Now that sounds interesting. Thanks for the prime.
Right,
Unnamed the interesting one. Not as wild as the title led me to believe, though. What are incels? Finally getting on that topic, eh? Couple who lives in the 1930s show us their home. The girl who got into taxidermy to stuff her childhood cat. Nice. All of these are kind of fucking wacky titles. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I haven't looked at this channel in a real long time. They do some weird shit. Good for them. Oh, hey, look, even Ollie London's on here. The boy! Ollie fucking London. Just, I understand a lot of people may be confused. This actually isn't Jimin. This is a guy who paid 200 something grand to look like Jimin. It's a totally different person, if you can believe that. The most hated artist you probably recognize.
These paintings make my corneas hurt. I'm ashamed that this
Damien
artist
Hirst.
lived in my former hometown. The George
This is
W.
Damien Hirst.
Bush of art. Worthless. They make me want to puke. They are false works. They are awful. Simply awful. It belongs in the trash. It is stupid art for stupid people. The worst paintings I've ever seen, and they will haunt me for the next half an hour. Those are all real quotes from comments, reviews, and articles concerning one artist and his work. Gee, these paintings must be pretty bad then,
It's Damien Hirst,
what are
isn't
they,
it?
pictures of babies eating each other alive? The scatological scribbles of a lunatic? No. These are the kinds of paintings
What?
those quotes are referring to. Now, if you're like me, you might be a bit confused. Why,
Actually,
are
yeah.
these seemingly unremarkable paintings of cottages one would usually see on the covers of jigsaw puzzles so viciously hated by some people? In fact, not just hated, but accused of being dishonest, damaging to art and culture itself. These are works
Artists
by
suck.
the late artist Thomas Kinkade.
God damn it.
You could make a very good case that Thomas Kinkade was the most successful artist in the 21st century so far. His works can be seen on mugs, t-shirts, calendars, and probably somewhere in your grandmother's living room. Thomas Kinkade's own company claims his work can be seen in 1 out of every 20 American homes. And at the height of his career, his company generated $130 million in sales in 1 year.
Not
Now, I could totally
bad.
see how someone could dislike his work. Perhaps they find it too excessive in its sentimentality, or is garish, or perhaps they find it simply generic. But to capital
Prime
H,
lips.
hate it. I admit I was initially a bit confused by that. In fact, people hate the art and the man so much that in articles about the man's death, you can find such comments as these. I hate Thomas Kinkade with every fiber of my being. Our long
Channel that
national
energy to
nightmare
someone
is
that
over.
deserves it,
There's
like
nothing
Damien
wrong
Hirst.
with liking Kinkade's paintings, but, in my opinion, there is something wrong with people that like his paintings. Yeah, that's basically the same thing. The thing is that the people that buy this crap are ignorant morons from the southeast and midwest of the US. You know, the people responsible for electing George Bush.
Jesus
Their opinions
Christ.
on art are about as valid as a Gibbons opinion on quantum physics. Sir or madam, I know this is
Exit
the
tier
internet,
1
but if
Roland
you
and
could
the
kindly
Reset Mercy.
remove your head from your own rectum, I think you'd be doing yourself a favor. What could have possibly prompted such venom
Exit
from
tier
a
1
few
Wishing
cottage
Will.
paintings? What you'll find is that the reason for this hatred may have less to do with the art itself and more to do with matters of taste, the art world, and even as you saw in the last comment, politics. Today we'll learn about the many reasons to hate.
Well, this sounds
a Thomas
interesting.
Kinkade.
I don't know why more people don't hate people like Damien Hirst and Jackson Pollock. Their work is the most awful dog shit ever.
Thomas Kinkade was born into relative poverty in 1985 in California. He attended the University of California, Berkeley, and Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. Before college, he was known for having a natural talent for drawing, and was mentored by Glenn Wessels, a
Wow,
former
the
college
Glenn.
professor of art who lived just a few hundred feet from his own home. Wessels would eventually encourage him to transfer to the College of Design in Pasadena. Before his business adventures, Kinkade worked in background painting for an animated film.
As far as the actual technique goes, for the most part we used a simple technical procedure. We'd just start out with a big wide brush and lay the thing in. Very scrubby at first, and then as we went, we'd gradually tighten the strokes.
Painting
down.
always
We had to try to
impresses
keep the
me,
time on
because it's so
painting.
fucking
Very
hard.
limited, because there was a number of paintings to be done, over 1,000 for the film.
And traveled by freight train across the country sketching with James Gurney. When
I've got to
Kinkade
pee.
was 20,
I can't hold it any longer. Wow, this is a good frame to stop it on. That's a very wholesome picture of old Thomas Kinkade. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Is it Tier 1 Disaster the Musical?
He reportedly experienced a Christian reawakening. These newfound values seeped their way into his art, which now focused on optimism, natural beauty, and inspirational settings. Kincaid was able to amass such profits from building up hundreds of Thomas Kincaid signature galleries, which sprung up all over the country at their height and eventually spread internationally. These signature galleries sold high-quality digital reproductions, where one could have the option of having a specially trained assistant highlight the canvas-textured reproduction one was about to purchase. This highlighting consisted of the assistant adding small dots of color to give it detail and texture that was unique to that painting.
That's kind of a cool
idea.
idea.
Were also illuminated and decorated in a way totally opposite to the sterile white environments usually seen in other galleries, creating a cozy and homely atmosphere. Kincaid excelled at building his brand throughout every aspect of the purchase. Thomas Kincaid was in the money-making business. All his art appealed to the masses, and strayed away from any negative or even ambiguous themes. He had successfully commercialized his art to an extreme extent, and it worked. There are people who were passionate about these paintings. Clearly, many are willing to pay for reproductions, and many collect them religiously. The people who buy them are glad to have them. They find comfort in them. Since 1994, Thomas Kincaid's company, Media Arts Group, has traded on the NASDAQ and then on the New York Stock Exchange, making Kincaid the only artist to be a small-cap equity issue. It is estimated his business brought in $100 million in revenue annually.
Art is always subjective. Yeah, until it comes to Damien Hirst or Jackson Pollock, then it is objectively dog shit.
All this hatred as just jealousy of his spectacular success, and I'm sure that's a reason for some. For others, it certainly goes deeper than that. When you go searching for what people think of his work, you'll find a lot of negative reviews that use the word kitsch. This word appears everywhere. Kitsch, kitsch, king of kitsch. But what is kitsch? My first vague understanding of the word was something that's popular but also poor quality. The Oxford Art Dictionary attempts to define it as objects or design considered to be in poor taste because of excessive garishness or sentimentality, but that might be too narrow. According to cultural critic and philosopher Walter Benjamin, kitsch is, unlike art, a utilitarian object lacking all critical distance between object and observer.
God, these people are so fucking pretentious, it hurts. It hurts.
Effort. According to Sir Roger Scruton, kitsch is fake art, expressing fake emotions, whose purpose is to deceive the consumer into thinking he feels something deep and serious.
Yes, unlike Jackson Pollock's work that really challenges the consumer to think about it. Just random fucking paint drippings. What was this guy's name? I want to look up what he likes.
Without intellectual effort. According to Sir Roger Scruton.
Roger Scruton. More like Roger Scrotum, am I right? Let's see. Roger Scruton. Roger Scruton on being right from the intelligence squad. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
The right is what its members make it, and they make it in a different way. What I was trying to say was that we don't actually make it through these movements like momentum and so on. We're not the fist-clenching type. We do
is he talking about politics?
Through civil association, through our belief in and love for the country that is ours, and our desire to protect.
I misunderstood the title. I thought it was like a Rick and Morty kind of thing, like, you're wrong if you don't like Rick and Morty. I want to see what kind of art he liked. Can't really find anything about it. There's a couple articles where he talks about art he doesn't like, but that's not super helpful. Pretty much any art that looks like it takes talent, people don't like in the art industry. I guarantee you Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock, all of like your most famous artists, like more modern artists, I guess Jackson Pollock doesn't fit into that. I guarantee they couldn't draw a single person's face. They couldn't paint a single thing that looks like anything. It's just abstract dog shit that even a child could make. Thanks to Prime Bronson. Yeah, I can't find anything on like Roger Scruton approved art. Thanks to Resub Stone. Yeah, I remember Bob Ross was shit upon by most like fart sniffing artists back in the day. I do remember that. Again, anything that looks like it has any form or shape to it, or anything that looks like it took time and effort, is very frowned upon in the community.
Kitsch is fake art, expressing fake emotions, whose purpose is to deceive the consumer into thinking he feels something deep and serious. I think it's quite a claim to say something expresses fake emotions, but it might give a better idea of what kitsch is. Even famous, well-established contemporary artists have been accused of using kitsch. My general understanding is art that is not challenging, not complex. But ultimately, the word is hard to define. Its vagueness allows it to be applied to a wide range of stuff, and for that reason I find it inadequate to fully describe why people
Welcome. Thank you for the raid,
Jinx. Articles and reviews will also frequently
hope you had a
use
great
terms
stream.
like garish,
and hope you like dog shit art.
and nauseatingly cheerful. All understandable reasons for disliking something, but even so, how does that translate from just mediocre art to art being a national nightmare? Thomas Kinkade has been
he looks like such a wholesome guy.
Norman Rockwell, mainly because of his appeal to American values and usually cheerful scenes. Some have even put both their work into the same dreaded category of kitsch, but I think a more fitting comparison is Bob Ross.
The boy wonder
that appealed to large mainstream audiences. Both mostly consisted of landscapes without people, and both lives were even cut short at around the same age. Now, I love Bob Ross. I mean, who doesn't? But I wouldn't really call his work challenging. In fact, one can make the case that it is kitsch. No, the significance of Bob Ross is not really his art, but the hundreds of PBS videos he made painting that art. Bob Ross was able to reach millions of people and inspire them to pursue oil painting through easy-to-follow alla prima techniques and the soothing, earnest commentary that works both as a tutorial and as relaxing meditation.
I've had a really cool idea for a while. Someone in the chat just reminded me of this. I thought it would be a really interesting idea if I did like some dog shitty Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock style art under a pseudonym, and then just had like a really wealthy person I know buy it for an absurd amount, and I just give the money back, obviously, but making headlines just to get that name out there and see if I could get some real, genuine, stupid, rich assholes to buy my work. So I was wondering, it's something I've been thinking about doing, but I need to find who would do it. I was gonna try and ask Gronk about it, but I just feel like he really wouldn't. I don't think he'd want to. But I really think it's a good idea, because most of these big artists like Damien Hirst are big because they know rich people that buy the fucking art from them for money laundering purposes. And I feel like you can replicate that if you just know someone with a lot of money. Isn't that illegal? Yep. But that's how all big modern artists start. Look up Damien Hirst's history. He doesn't even make the art himself anymore. He has people paint the polka dots for him. But he sells it as his to people he already knows. I was gonna look it up, but I don't feel like going through Damien Hirst's fucking big biography anymore. Thanks to the resub, AJ.
Extremely valuable. Both Thomas Kinkade and Bob Ross sought to comfort their audiences through painting. However, when it came to them as people, Thomas Kinkade was no Bob Ross. Thomas Kinkade was very vain. He branded himself as Thomas Kinkade, the painter of light.
Wouldn't saying this out loud fuck you in the future? No, you'd never know it's me. I'd have a cool pseudonym.
Not something I would consider a remarkable use of
Bramian Burst.
These guys are painters of light, not Thomas Kinkade. He's also said things like, "God is my art agent," and "We have a grassroots movement emerging in my art and in the country, and there's 10 million people out there that if I give the word, will go out and picket any museum I want them to." In one case, he bet journalist Susan Orlean $1 million that a major museum would hold a Thomas Kinkade retrospective in his lifetime.
Aww.
Thomas Kinkade was also not shy to talk about his Christian beliefs and conservative family values. The prominent light so often seen in his paintings, he said, represented the light of God penetrating the darkness, as well as Jesus' light of the world. He quite openly resented the elitist art
These are the bits,
world,
Professor.
insisting that his
And the
work
recent
was
Girthquake.
uplifting and a positive influence on the world, while modern art was nihilistic and ugly. In one interview, he said, "The number one quote critics give me is, 'Tom, your work is irrelevant.'" Now that's a fascinating comment. Yes, irrelevant to the little subculture, this microculture of modern art. But here's the point. My art is relevant because it's relevant to 10 million people. That makes me the most relevant artist in this culture, not the least, because I'm relevant to real people. Thomas Kinkade
Yeah, he doesn't seem
also
super
allegedly
likable.
frequently engaged in shady business practices, such as defrauding authorized Kinkade dealers and exploiting
Thanks,
their
Teresa.
Christianity
Rise
to
up.
get them into the Kinkade business by dressing it up as a religious opportunity, all the while getting them to take on unreasonable amounts of Kinkade's work at fixed prices. Many gallery owners claimed Kinkade had ruined them financially in the name of God. Kinkade dismissed these accusations while also saying,
It is what God would want, I think.
Kinkade was also an alcoholic,
Arkham.
and as his businesses began to decline, he
Exit
engaged
Tier
more
1.
frequently in drunken episodes
Crandall and
where
Resub
he was
Kozer.
prone to cursing, heckling performers, one accusation of groping, urinating on a Winnie the Pooh statue while yelling, "This one's for you, Walt," which I don't even think that one's bad, that's hilarious.
That's pretty
and
cool,
drunk
actually.
driving, which is less hilarious.
He's even wearing a
And
Jackson Pollock
eventually,
shirt.
on April 6, 2012, he was killed by an accidental overdose of Valium and alcohol.
Wow.
Even after his death, a legal battle over his estate between his estranged wife and girlfriend took place, all prompted from these drunken, barely comprehensible wills. Eventually, both parties settled out of court. These events are made even more ironic just by going onto YouTube and watching some of the painting demonstration videos he made before his death. The ones where he actually explains his techniques are fine and decently informative, but on others, the man can't do 2 minutes of actual painting without cutting it off and giving a speech about how God inspired him and how we should all be looking toward the light or something. Religious beliefs aside, are you trying to give an informative peek into your process, or are you just going to preach to the audience? Considering how interested he was in maintaining his positive image and Christian values, my guess is the latter. If you're still wondering how people could hate a Thomas Kinkade artwork for political reasons, well, it's because the artist himself politicized them. He fueled the rift between the art world and people outside of it. And to be fair, it seems some of the art world fueled this conflict as well. And oh boy, does Thomas Kinkade's opposition get political. That's how you can get articles like Thomas Kinkade, the George W. Bush of art. Their reasoning? Kinkade, like Bush, peddled a falsely simplified image of the world, and that the same bad taste that made people invest in fraudulent galleries also elected George Bush and sent their children off to die in the war.
Okay.
There's even another article titled,
Bro, it's a
George
jigsaw
Bush
puzzle
a better
painting.
painter than Thomas Kinkade? Which argues
Man's
that
looking
George
for a
W.
fucking
Bush's recent
intricate
painting
view of the world to
escapades are
challenge
more
his thought
interesting
process
than
with a
Kinkade's
fucking
work
jigsaw puzzle.
because they are more inventive and emotionally resonant. As Elisa Bennett quite bitterly explains in her article, A Dream from Christmas Cottage, though Kinkade's paintings often pander to evangelical Christianity, which is probably the most legitimate reason to hate them, the primary reason that the art world has erected aesthetic and conceptual barriers around him is one that echoes Clement Greenberg's 80-year-old essay on the avant-garde and kitsch. We think it's stupid art for stupid people.
How can you, like, how do you read this and not just get insulted? Like, reading pretentious garbage like this is so upsetting to me. Like, you can say the same thing without looking like a douchebag. And then, of course, this. We think it's stupid art for stupid people, yet people paying millions for Jackson Pollock's absolute trash. I always go back to Jackson Pollock and Damien Hirst, but there's millions of others.
80-year-old essay on the avant-garde and kitsch. We think it's stupid art for stupid people. That is, those who are too intellectually flabby to spot the difference between the real and a charlatan's flattened approximation of it. Yes, to some, hating a Thomas Kinkade painting has political dimensions to it. But I think a slightly more charitable explanation that is less political and more merit-based comes from the art critic Jerry Saltz. The reason the art world doesn't love Kinkade isn't that it hates love, life, goodness, or God. We may be silly or soulless or whatever, but we don't automatically hate things with faith and love or that other people love. The reason the art world doesn't
Drake
respond
album.
to Kincaid
He did
is
crush
because
it.
none,
It looked
not
good.
one of his ideas about subject matter, surface, color, composition, touch, scale, form, or skill is remotely original. This might be the most succinct and clear explanation of an aspect of why some people hate his art. It was something I suspected from the beginning, but it was just never actually written down clearly until this man finally gave a beautifully specific reason. Now I agree, in fact, that they are unoriginal in those aspects. But, and I know this is like a cardinal sin according to art critics, I don't hate Kincaid's art. There are some paintings I like. Some I wouldn't mind having a print of. Quite a few I find excessive, and quite a few I find downright horrendous. But I don't hate everything he has ever painted. People often insult Kincaid's work by calling them greeting card illustrations. Well, greeting cards need illustrations, don't they? Or else they would just be white pieces of folded paper with text.
Checkmate.
And hate them or love them, his paintings fit that purpose. You aren't going to find academic history paintings or Basquiat art on get well soon cards. That would be tonally incongruous. But a cozy cottage? If the man had just accepted that his art wasn't going to be seen in high-class museums, maybe the kind of vicious hatred for his art from the art world still seen today.
I am curious, what gets seen in high-class museums now? I'm pretty sure all of it is that super trash thing like a banana taped to a wall or like Banksy's balloon picture, stuff like that. Let me see. What is like the most modern art exhibition that just happened? There's got to be something for 2021. Let's see, exhibit. Here we go. Top art exhibitions of 2021. Let me see what I see. Okay, I'll just allow some cookies. Alright, let's go through it. This is a recent one. That looks about right. Oh my fucking god. Oh, this isn't all just like paintings and stuff. I was looking for like paintings. This looks cool. What is this? A full Van Gogh thing? Oh, this. Oh! This. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong stuff. This is just art exhibits going on in 2021. I wanted to see art on display at an exhibit. Sorry, I see what's going on now. That was confusing. I don't know what to look for then. Maybe this. Yeah, the Van Gogh thing seems cool. That did look cool. Oh yeah, I'll try that. Maybe just like a museum or something. Modern Art Museum of Fort Worth. Oh, here we go. They even have a tab for the exhibitions, I think. And then there's different categories. I guess this. No, this is booking an appointment. Jesus Christ. Someone just tell me something. Surely someone knows the name of like some kind of art museum that I can look at what the fuck gets displayed there in like 2021. Like an art tour or something. MoMA. Man, you fucking assholes just googled Modern Art Museum, didn't you? And the first one that comes up is MoMA.org. This is like a database of just a bunch of different ones. I'm looking for like an actual exhibition that went on with a bunch of art displayed in it or sold in it. You going to bed? Alright, come say goodnight in just a sec. San Francisco MoMA? Okay, let's try that. Jesus. Okay, this seems easy to navigate, I think. Nope, this is booking an appointment again. This is so hard. Well, I mean, even on just their homepage, like, their art collection here is kind of ass. Looks like these kids did this. Looks like they vandalized an art piece, but this is apparently the piece that's on display. Like, this is the cool art, I guess. This is just a projector and some concert. That is thought-provoking. I don't know what this is, like a used hand towel or something? Like they dumped some kind of staining liquid on it? Oh. Yeah, it's so hard to like actually find one of these goddamn art museums that just display some of the art. Thanks to the resub, Harry Boy. Contemporary Art Daily. This is a website, though. Okay, this is pretty fucking goofy. This isn't really what I was looking for. Oh my god, this is pretty goofy, though. Okay, here. It's pretty cool. Very nice. That did come out very good. Wowee. Ah. Wow. They're doing a good job here. Ah. Sewing as the world ends. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Harry Boy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I want to visit an art museum, to be honest. Whoa. I wish that I had sailed the darkened seas. I gotta really stop and digest this one, actually. There's a lot going on here. It's everything that it's not saying. And that's what makes it so powerful. Damn. You can really feel the emotion in each stroke of the crayon. The colored charcoal against the canvas. Wow. I didn't ask your opinion. Flags for countries that don't exist, but bodies that do. Okay. Whoa. Tenderness. It's Pickle Rick. Caught in between a couple kissing, I guess. Wow. These are deep. Damn. Like, you can feel the tenderness. Yeah, this pretty much sums up most art exhibits, I imagine. Here's some canvases that there's like some scribbles on it somewhere in there. I don't know, just hang it up, put like 50 grand on it. Someone's gonna buy it. Wow, this looks fun. That does look good. Fuck, it really makes you think. This is like when Squidward went to that place to be all alone. But this is like much more pretentious and like insulting. Damn. This shit really does speak to the soul. Exit tier 1 ping juice in the bits kill command. This is just a bunch of boxes. Merlin, you've outdone yourself here, and exquisite. Like, you have to ask yourself, what's in those boxes? Are we purchasing too much? It's a display of excess. And you see how the boxes aren't all lined up the same? There's a pattern to it. There's order in the chaos. Oh, it's beautiful. And then you also have to wonder who packed these boxes? Is it Amazon workers that are miserable and you can feel the hate? Is it someone like maybe a home business with a family that packed the... There's just so many things you have to ask yourself. This really is a challenging piece. Magnifique. Well done, Merlin. I don't know what I'm looking at. Is this part of it? Like this pubic hair here? Like glued to a picture? I don't know what that is. Again, I don't know what I'm... Is this evidence in like a crime scene or something? I don't understand. It's a melting seal? Is that a video suggestion? In just a minute. I need to see those big T's. That sounds great. What the fuck? They drew the hands like I draw hands when playing Scribble. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. No sun. They actually just bought a shower curtain, a couple of them. You have to wonder, what's on the other side of the curtain? Oh, this one actually looks like there's some effort in there. Okay. There's something. This is weird, but at least it takes talent to make this. There we go. Back to back, not awful pieces. It is weird though. But at the very least, it's not an easy thing to do like everything else. Like this. It's called Diana. It's just a fucking plant. Oh my god, they bought a potted plant from Walmart and hung it in the art museum. Jesus fucking Christ. Diana, you clumsy slut. What are you doing? What are you doing here, huh? Get out of the art museum, huh? This is so fucking interesting to me. It's just an old gun that they came on, I guess. I don't know. Again, at least this takes some talent to make this, but it is very goofy. Ah, here we go. Speaking of talent, hey look, here's some empty pieces of paper. With some orange. Thanks for the resub, Danny. For an Eric Andre skit, they had a really obvious fake art setup that was meant to be destroyed and nobody even noticed. I think I remember that, vaguely. There's been a couple people that have done that. I don't remember who, but someone set up an art exhibit that was open to the public, and it was just nothing. It was just an empty white room, and that was the art. And people went in there and were taking pictures and losing their mind over it. Well, this was easy. He just took a picture outside of his window. He's got a nice house and he's flexing. This is so interesting to me. Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to be scrolling for fucking hours if I keep going. We'll go back to the videos. Jesus Christ. Art, like modern art, is one of the most bafflingly outrageous things to me. And the thing is, I never see anyone defend it. I literally never see anybody online defend it that isn't also laundering money with art themselves. Like, it blows my fucking mind. Nowhere on the internet do I see anyone like, no, Charlie, actually, Damien Hirst's pieces are pretty thought-provoking. Those pills kind of changed my life when I saw it. Nobody says that. But like the pretentious, weird art world where everyone's super rich and dumb defends it. I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana real quick. I'll be right back. And thanks to the resub, super. I'm ready. Thanks for resub gold, Gregory. Woman buys invisible art. Oh, I already know that one. Thanks for the resub, Fluffy. Yeah, a guy sold an invisible statue recently for 18 grand.
Would be reduced. I think people can be overly critical of his art, but the man also fueled that conflict. What is Thomas Kincaid's legacy? Can a man be defined by his worst attributes? Was he really just a hack that
sounds
used religion
cool,
and
Orange.
falsely soothing images to swindle
Can't click
people out
links,
of their
tease.
money? Or
Just tell
was
me
he
what
a
it is.
flawed businessman of faith that produced art that may not be wholly original, but tried to instill some sort of simple beauty in an ugly world, who in moments of weakness succumbed to his worst tendencies? I can't really give you a good answer, but Kincaid will certainly not be the last of his kind. John McNaughton has been described as the Thomas Kincaid of Christian nationalism. His paintings are some of the most overtly political and excessive oil paintings out there. And like Kincaid, they are technically competent. I wouldn't say they are breathtakingly skillful, but he's probably a better painter than most people. Now, whether you agree or disagree politically, you have to admit that these paintings are a bit much. As in, they are extremely dramatic and far from subtle in their messages. But it's still art.
And the resub
In fact,
cape.
not only is it art, it's fascinating art. It reveals the inner psyche of the artist and the zeitgeist of large swaths of the American population. These paintings aren't just some crude Photoshop that your grandpa shared on Facebook. These are huge canvases that required technical skill,
Tour of
planning,
Portland Art
and
Gallery.
time.
Ooh,
They
that sounds
contain all
nice.
the nuance of political cartoons, but upgraded to far more detailed, loosely realistic paintings. They are also, by definition, propaganda. In his work, Legacy of Hope, he combines dozens of figures from history together, comforting Donald Trump, I suppose. Many who would downright hate each other. And whether you agree with their messages or not, you have to admit they are ripe for meme material. And I don't know about you, but I think that has a value on its own. I also find this quote from McNaughton quite fascinating. I'm just honestly a little perplexed. I have no idea where buyers are hanging them. I just know I sell a ton. Sometimes I'm shocked at how many I sell. That one I told you about, Obama burning the Constitution. When I painted it, I worried, this thing is just hideous. Why would anybody hang that in their living room? It's not, he says, the kind of warm, happy work people typically want in their homes. This is where McNaughton and Kincaid diverge. McNaughton does not seem to be as interested in making money, and at least appears to have some self-awareness that his work will likely not be accepted as high art. However, McNaughton may be a sign of something greater.
Exit tier
Maybe
1,
Kincaid will
Swayze?
eventually win his museum bet, but not in his lifetime. In some bizarre twist of fate, museums of the future may display his work in the context of the beginning of a movement of populist conservative art. They may be seen as not aesthetically or emotionally significant, but historically significant. And who knows, maybe the tides of the art world will change and Thomas Kincaid's work will be seen in a new respectable light. I have my doubts, but art critics have been wrong before. Unlike others apparently, I cannot bring myself to feel joy in this man's death. The life of Thomas Kincaid is a life of tragedy. The man had talent, and dishonest or not, attempted to bring some sort of positivity into the world, but was stunted by greed and mass appeal. It seems he wanted to be loved by everyone, and when he wasn't, he turned hostile. He preached about family values and God, and yet endangered others. Was killed prematurely by the hand of his own addiction, and left his family fighting for his legacy because of his failed relationships. His brand was one of optimism, faith, and comfort. His paintings were serene, peaceful, perfect scenes without pain or suffering. Ironically, his life was anything but. Behind the artificiality of these idyllic scenes is the all-too-real reality of human folly.
That was a very nice video. That was very interesting. Alright, let me see it now. Tour of Portland Art Gallery. I'm excited. I bet we're going to see some very good work. Which one? On first Thursday. Is that some kind of like holy holiday for artists? First Thursday. You said skip 40 seconds. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Wow. Resonant lens. Fuck. I'm starting to tear. Oh. Wow. This is incredible. I need to pay a visit to this. It really makes you feel like a dumb asshole.
In this piece, I play the student. You know,
Oh, this is a performance piece.
I play this kind of strange version of
interesting.
An anthropologist. I play this kind of strange version of the bad student.
Is this part of the exhibit, or did someone leave their toy here, like a kid? I can't tell. That's the beauty of art galleries. You never know what's art and what's just a happy little accident. I'll give you 50 grand for this.
The bad documentarian, the kind of unprofessional human. You know, as a documentarian, you have a very intense responsibility of introducing people to something they might not know about prior to seeing the film. And so I like to take that seriously while at the same time
Wow, this really is thought-provoking.
being appropriate with the ways in which I introduce new information. It's a journey through like a very specific part of Norway,
This is
and very specific parts of their cultural history.
Wow. Really just take a moment to let that one sink in. That looks so good. Actually looks like something I would draw up in 30 seconds. Like if I was trying to quickly get across an idea and I like doodled something, that's exactly what it would look like. Maybe a little better. Oh, fuck. This is so good. That is absolutely going up for 8 figures, no doubt.
History, and so it means something completely different to somebody Norwegian watching it than it does to an American watching it. It's really about
Thanks, Risa, Milfman and Kamikaze and Joe.
And this kind of like search through a historical landscape of stories in order to kind of figure out how we've arrived where we are. And
oh, this is part of the exhibit. Okay, that answered that. Okay. Nice. No, that was good. That was very impressive. She had like the Bart Simpson thing in the beginning here, just like writing the same thing over and over or whatever. That is pretty fucking wow. That was pretty incredible. That was pretty incredible. Man, I take back everything I said about art. Fuck, that was good. It looks like First Thursday is pretty popular. What else we got here? Lawrence Gallery?
We're out on First Thursday. And here we are. And here's Brad
and
Brad. Gary Lawrence.
And son Brad.
Hey, tell me what you know about the history of First Thursday Art Gallery Walk.
Well, you started with Thomas Augustine, you know.
How does it?
Let me see the art.
Started a lot of pottery. This is our low-end art collecting. This is our entry-level. You know,
wow.
Like, you know, we got the high and the low.
They got to start somewhere.
That's right. I know.
He doesn't seem very happy about it.
Dad has sold for 30 years.
So Brad,
The camera's too low quality for me to actually see some of
one
these.
in Salishan, one in Portland, and the original outside Sheridan.
And how has the emphasis changed?
There was one
here?
that looked like a
This
clock that
gallery
looked
has
pretty cool.
more contemporary, abstract, really more powerful kinds of artwork that are more educated and experienced art.
I've seen like 2 things here that don't look bad.
In this area, there is.
And then there's this, which is literally just random colors just slapped onto the canvas. Probably the most expensive piece here, I would imagine, as well. I could probably agree with the electronics, but I don't really know what his later pieces look like. Salt Lake Temple Time Capsule? Yeah, perhaps.
My little boy. I know.
I am curious. Let me see someone who defends Jackson Pollock. That's my go-to. I think this is what most people go to. Let's see how you defend it. Oh, I already hate the way this... I already fucking hate the title. How to Understand a Jackson Pollock Painting, as if you're too fucking stupid to get it. Oh my god. It's just, they literally just don't have the ability to not be pretentious douchebags. Good lord.
Now, of course, when we look at Pollock paintings, they're familiar and they're accepted. At the time that they were made, they were an affront. They were downright shocking.
They still are, trust me.
They were an attack on painting itself.
Yeah.
To make this work, Pollock placed the canvas on
I know exactly how he made it work.
Spattered and dripped the paint, making a painting which is about the substance of paint itself, the fact that paint is liquid. And when we see paint on canvas, normally that's hidden. You know, paint is made to resemble something else, whether it's a sky or a field or flesh. But what Pollock does is just present us with paint as paint. He was the first person to do this.
You know what else presents paint as paint? The fucking can that the paint comes in. That's actually kind of smart. Has anyone done that? If you just take like paint cans? Like if I put paint cans on like a table at an art gallery, could I sell that? Or I'm sure that's been done. There's no way that hasn't been done. Am I an abstract artist? Oh my god, I might be a genius. Could I be the next Jackson Pollock? I just buy Michael's paint and just on the table. I'm not trying to fool you. This is paint. It's not supposed to resemble anything else. This is Crying Dolphin Blue. And it's right in front of you. 50 grand.
Many people have tried to copy Pollock. None of them have the energy, the spontaneity, and the sheer skill in handling paint that he has.
Oh, very skillful.
You read the painting as being different shades of grey, fairly restrained, but when you get
it's
close,
the work of a true master.
Jump out at you. So to begin with, it appears as if Pollock spatters matte black paint, which seeps into the bare canvas, and then on top he's layering this riot of colours: silver, cream, pink, grey.
Fuck yeah! No, now that I really get up close, I can see the talent.
You think of it as being a flat image, but it's this very, very built-up, knotted, clotted surface. Sometimes the lines are quite thin and fine. At points, the paint pools.
Oh, whoa! Look at Jesus Christ! Look at that! No doubt Jackson Pollock planned for that. Maybe this guy really was 10 levels above standard human intelligence, a transcendent being. Look at the way he's able to get the paint to subtly pool in here, blending multiple colors, challenging the very idea of how we perceive paint as paint. Is it even paint? Is it even liquid anymore? We have to start to question thanks to Pollock. He's posing a difficult question, an inquiry into the very deep recesses of our mind, and he's using paint as a medium to challenge us. It's him slapping the gauntlet on the table and saying, hey buddy, let's fucking fight. And Pollock, I'm picking up the gauntlet. I'm ready to fight. I'm starting to see it now.
And smeared. Some paint is fluid, other paint is shiny and forms impasto on the surface. So the painting is quite textured.
Oh god.
The paintings are all incredibly human in the sense they're scaled to the reach of Pollock's arm. So each of those lines is recording the gesture of his hand.
Oh, yeah. As I can, yeah, look at these gestures. I can see it. I'm actually picturing it. I'm having like an actual, like fucking That's So Raven flashback to the past instead of the future. I'm seeing Jackson Pollock with each of these dripping a little paint, a little of the black there. I think I can deduce his height from this one. Approximately 5'4", maybe little baby arms. Definitely late 50s. Oh yeah, I can smell he's a drinker. Oh my god. The painting really tells you everything you need to know about the man behind it. Oh, I never stopped to really think about the gestures required for such precision. Like, it looks chaotic to the untrained layman's eye, the Philistines, but when you really take a step back, you can see the laborious nature of each and every splatter. Oh my god, it's finding beauty within the chaos.
It moves over the canvas. So even though the work is now 60 or more years old, you're aware of the moment in which it's made. So in a sense, Pollock, the artist, is present here with you as you're looking at the painting.
Yeah, I can I can feel the spirit of Jackson Pollock nodding as I appreciate his work. Of course, he wasn't allowed into heaven because he was too talented. He was a better painter than even God. God couldn't paint a masterpiece like this. So they turned him away at the gates of heaven, and hell couldn't accept him. So he's left in between worlds, in between dimensions, and he's just here with us now, as we appreciate his art 60 years later. In fact, I believe it's said in each of Jackson Pollock's work, a piece of his flesh is sewn into the canvas. His corpse travels with the pieces. Fuck. This really is something incredible. He's going to live forever now. As a fucking joke. Is this Jackson Pollock's work too? Like, you never really know, because literally anyone can do this at any age. This is probably not Jackson Pollock's work. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Kill Command. I appreciate that. And thanks to the resub Dragon. And Simply Corn. And thank you to the bits Panda, Electronics, and Kill Command again. I don't know who Tim Steiner is. It's the first time I've heard that guy's name. And thanks to the bits Arcfang. Jackson Pollock is Voldemort, and these are his Horcruxes. Yeah.
This painting is incredibly honest. Pollock isn't trying to fool us in any way.
I said
However,
that.
Our brains
Let's go!
can't resist
I am Pollock!
perspectival depth. They draw you in to this forest or thicket of lines and paint. You could characterize them as landscapes of just paint itself. No matter what your background is, what your understanding is of 20th century art, of any art, there's no requirements, there's no iconography, they're open to everyone. The immediacy with which it was painted is also the immediacy with which we can encounter the work and understand it.
Yeah, that is really impressive. Now that it's been explained to me, now I truly do get it. Now I absolutely understand it. Wow, that was nuts. Wow. Why these all-white paintings are in museums and mine aren't.
It's kind of like a blank canvas with some texture.
I do see a white dot there, but I don't know if that's supposed to be there.
It looks like something I would cook on.
Thanks to some devoted clown.
Could be a lot of flies stuck to a bit of paper.
Yeah, because I will put this down on my floor tiles.
These people are describing Robert Ryman's painting Bridge. It sold for $20.6 million at a Christie's auction.
I'm not surprised.
How is an all-white painting considered art, and why would anyone shell out millions for something like this? There are a lot of these quote-unquote white paintings.
Yeah, because it's really easy.
Back to Kazimir Muliewicz's 1918 work, White on White. But there are
incredible
many artists who create
Kazimir.
these kind of paintings. Agnes Martin, Joe Baer, Joseph Albers. Most of these artists were associated with an art movement called minimalism, which emerged in the late 1950s.
My god. My fucking god.
With a capital lowercase.
This is Elizabeth
It's so
Sherman.
painful.
She's an assistant curator at the Whitney Museum in New York. It's tempting to look at one of these paintings and think some jerk
Yeah, I don't
just
really
took a
like
tube of
Vox
white
either,
paint and
but
spread it on a canvas, but it's not actually that easy. I mean, mine rules, obviously, because I'm a f***ing genius, but there's usually a lot more than meets the eye.
White isn't really a pure thing. White is always tinted in some way. Paint is made up of a variety of pigments. If you've ever painted the walls of your house, you know how many different whites there are to choose from.
There is a lot of
Maybe
different,
if you only look at
like,
one,
shades.
it looks like pure white, but when you hold them up in an array, you can see the subtle differences. It's blue, it's green, it's purple, it's warm, it's cold.
And when you get close, not too close, there's a lot going on here.
Oh my god.
Lines, texture, patterns, even color. There are a lot of subtle intricacies that make it more than just a white canvas.
And it's all
Minimalist
trash.
artists wanted their work to embody
It's all
order,
fucking
simplicity,
trash.
and harmony.
These artists began with these ideas as a rejection of abstract expressionism.
Abstract Expressionism was a movement of artists in the 1940s and 50s who thought that art should be gestural, expressive,
Oh
and
my
emotional,
fucking god.
unconscious.
Oh, there's so... Oh my god. Imagine, like... So this is the villain, right? So Jackson Pollock, he starts this movement where you can just literally drop a little paint on a canvas and sell it for millions, whatever. Do little scribbles. Imagine like you have this final raid boss of like actual dog shit, and then the hero is someone that just takes a blank canvas and dumps some white paint on it. Like there are no winners. It's just two different evils.
Kind of the abstract expressionist that many people think of. You can take that picture of him with the canvas on the floor of his studio, spilling paints everywhere, and it's his gesture, it's his physical body, it's his arm, it's who he is as a person that's creating that canvas, that painting.
As opposed to someone who paints using their body as well, but actually paints something. It is still them as a person creating that art. They make this weird distinction. They look for any and all fucking absolutely asinine explanations for why anyone should care about Jackson Pollock's process.
Minimalists weren't about that. All that paint splashing everywhere, no thanks.
And there was a lot of desire to get away from that sensibility where the individual's expression was put into the canvas. The idea was that the art object, be it sculpture or painting or installation, should kind of be as far removed from the author as possible.
You can see what she means when you compare the
Thank
two
you to
schools
subs
of
Kill
art.
Command and
Abstract
the Prime
expressionism,
Hitch, Skeleton and resub
minimalism.
Enigmatic, Jake
Abstract
and
expressionism,
Pandolo.
minimalism. Abstract expressionism, minimalism. Okay, you get it. Minimalist artists stripped art of the burden of being about something else. They presented art not as an imitation of reality, but as an object unto itself. Artist Frank Stella summed it up nicely when he said, "What you see is what you see." One of my
Oh my fucking god. Like, whenever I think it can't get any fucking dumber, like we've reached the zenith of absolutely mind-boggling, pretentious douchebaggery, there's something like Frank fucking Stella. What you see is what you see. That is literally the meme of the floor is made of floor. And fucking dumbass Vox says that he sums it up nicely. Oh my god, he gets pats on the ass for saying nothing. Oh my god.
One of my favorite things about modern art is the rage that it seems to provoke in some people. Cue videos of men freaking out.
True, me.
I'm not going to sit there, try to find a meaning
You
in
can
a
use
circle
Vox, you can use
on
my
a blank
reaction
white
in your
canvas,
next
'cause I'm not
shitty
gonna find
follow-up.
any meaning.
I may not understand art, but I do understand the English language, and that's pretentious nonsense.
Did you see the painting that was just a white painting that had nothing on it?
It's like super pretentious meets uber pretentious.
Modern art sets people off, and believe me when I say that I am here for it.
But with modern art, by definition, every interpretation is genuine and legitimate and okay.
And yeah, I've seen that in Wild Jedi.
How about not?
I love it. There's even an entire play about a group of lifelong friends.
And
who
yeah,
are
I've heard
torn
of those
apart when One
electronics.
of them buys an all-white painting for $200,000.
With a very kind of absent blank painting, you have to do a lot more work in some ways than maybe you have to do with, let's say, pop art that has tons of obvious references, and you see the Coca-Cola or the American flag, and you can say, I have all of these relationships with these objects, with these brands, with these things. When you're looking at simply a square of white paint, you have to do a lot more work, but sometimes there maybe is something more rewarding in the end.
Another common reaction to
No, there is not. Like, even if I somehow put multiple fingers up my ass, sniffing them to get the fumes up there to really, like, delusion myself, like, hugely enough to find any kind of meaning in this, there's no reward in it for me. I don't get anything for it. There's literally nothing at the end of that tunnel. The only reward is to the artist that put no effort into it and sold it for a lot of money to people that have been brainwashed to make them believe that it's worth that price. Like, there's nothing for it. Obviously, money laundering is a huge thing, but there are, like, I think she's an art student or something, I don't remember what they said. She is convinced by the lies of money launderers that this is somehow worth any amount of money.
Art, specifically minimalist pieces like white paintings, is, come on, say it with me now, I could do that. Good.
Everyone
Almost
can
no
say
matter
that.
What show I've worked on in my career.
Literally
somebody
everyone,
has said
yeah.
that. While there is a lot of skill in a lot of modern and contemporary art, there's also a lot of art that is more about the idea than it is about skill. And so yes, you could do it, but you didn't.
Damn, Elizabeth.
And that may sound obnoxious or
Exit Prime, Dilly.
but the reality is that once art begins to live just as
maybe,
much
Mars.
in the mind
Thank you to
as
the
it
Big
does
50,
in the
Yoshi. It's good to
eye,
see you again.
You have to bring
And no,
your
I didn't,
ideas
but I hope you're
as
doing well,
well
Yoshi.
as your physical construction of the work.
White paintings are a fascinating kind of Rorschach test. They offer viewers an ambiguous, I'm so sorry, but canvas to project their own interpretations, emotions, beliefs, and stories onto. So if looking at a white painting makes you feel angry, or excited, or soothed, those are all valid responses. But take a moment to think about why that was your response.
I think they're conflating wrong things here. I don't think anyone's mad that Jackson Pollock trickled little dribblings of paint across a canvas, or someone submitted a canvas they bought from Michaels as art. They're mad about the price that it sells for and the people that defend it. It's never really the piece itself. Like we looked at Diana earlier, which was a potted plant that was store-bought and put on a shelf. And that was the art. I'm not mad about that. I think that's fucking great. I think that's a wonderful joke. But if I heard that sold for $100,000, that would be upsetting to me. Like, they're not grasping that concept, I don't think.
It's very easy to be dismissive of things that we're not immediately attracted to. So if you have a kind of negative gut reaction, one of defensiveness or fear or anxiety.
I am afraid of the empty canvas.
Maybe try to move past that and see what's available afterwards. And it doesn't have to change your mind, but it's sometimes the process of working through that reaction that you learn the most, both about the work, but also about yourself.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything anyone could ever say or any explanation for any of this that would ever actually change my mind on the interpretation of empty canvas work and splatter paintings. I just don't think there's any way to. No matter how you break it down, it is all trash. Thanks to the primed fire leopard in the resub cat belly. Look at the comments. I'm gonna make a prediction. It's Vox, they disabled comments. Wrong. Damn, 0 for 1. Oh, wow. Kazuma said exactly what I just said. No, we don't care about the art itself, we're just mad that it goes for millions. Man, even in the comment section, it's like actual reasonable take. Make sure to check out the other Vox video about what the formula is for selling $1 million work of art.
In September of 2008, something unheard of happened in the art world. A British artist, Damien Hirst, took 200...
fuck me. Oh, I hate this guy. I can't stand this guy. But I also like that he scams people. I'm so divided on this guy. He scams really rich assholes, and I think that's great. But I also just don't like him at all. Oh, fuck.
123 pieces of his new work to Sotheby's auction house and sold every single piece.
I'll start the bidding here at £2,500,000.
Yeah.
It was a 2-day event, and the total sale was about $200 million.
That's a lot of polka
dots. It broke the record for a single artist auction of $20 million back in 1993. Hirst's work included things like this zebra, this unicorn, and this painting made from butterflies. So how do artists do this? Well, for the most part, the artists aren't the ones behind it. Okay, so obviously money isn't the only value that defines a work of art. And who knows how history will remember this unicorn. But in order to sell
I think
$1
it
million
sucks, Mercurius.
artwork,
That's
you
the
need strong
433 of
market
silence,
value,
right?
And you need extremely high demand. And a ton of work goes into creating that. As Don Thompson describes in his book, the formula for art pricing goes something like this. The bigger the work, generally the more expensive it is. But the biggest variable is the reputation of the artist. Sometimes
that's
you're
all
world
that
famous
matters.
and
Literally
sometimes
all
you're
that matters.
not. But when a new artist steps into the art market, the reputation of the artist heavily relies on the name of the dealer. The Shark by Damien Hirst is a good example. Hirst first began working with an art industry giant, Charles Saatchi, in the 1990s. Saatchi commissioned Hirst to make anything he wanted for £50,000 after seeing this cow's head at a show shortly after Hirst's graduation in 1990. Hirst bought a shark for £6,000 from an Australian fisherman and created this, injecting it with tons of formaldehyde. Later in 2004, it was sold for $12 million to a billionaire hedge fund manager, Steve Cohen. It was roughly 130 times the original price, but it makes sense considering Saatchi's reputation. And it makes more sense when you think about how it was bought. Dealers can use selective information to get potential buyers to pay more. Hirst's huge auction that I mentioned before, for dealer-sold work, everything is private.
Show us the polka dots. I love the polka dots.
Which gives dealers the upper hand in pricing. In 1988, New York City tried to ban this by reinforcing the truth in pricing law, and galleries fought back hard, paying fines and protesting, saying that showing prices will be, quote, getting in the way of enjoyment of the exhibition. By keeping the price private, art dealers can rely more on their reputation to make artwork feel more valuable to the buyer. Outside of this equation, the basic laws of economics also apply. The next step of operation for the dealer is creating scarcity. In 1999, when Jenny Saville, a new emerging British artist, became affiliated with Charles Saatchi, he convinced her to cut her work down to only 6 paintings per year. He sold them for $100,000 each.
Are you in the chat, Charles Saatchi? I'll make something for you.
According to ArtNet, the estimated size
of
the
he just
art
makes
market was
billionaires
$64
here.
billion in 2015, and the market is growing outside of traditional sales of galleries and auction houses. This chart shows the art world might be learning the lesson Saatchi taught Jenny Saville. The total value of the art that's being sold is growing faster than the number of pieces. Sell less of it for more. But to sell that $1 million artwork, you'll need reputation bigger than Hirst's or Charles Saatchi's. The dealer model still dominates the fine art world, but for the rest of us, selling art online has never been easier. The prices are open, and it's accessible for a broad group of people. And for one thing, now you know where to start. Think big.
Oh, that's it? They didn't even really get into the Damien Hirst polka dots. Damn. Yeah, shit's trash. That shit's just fucking awful. Thanks to Resub Lunabat. I will pursue an art career under a pseudonym, and you'll never fucking know. You will never know. You're gonna question every goddamn shitty art piece, wondering, was that Charlie behind it? I will make it work. This has convinced me I'm gonna do it. I have to do it. Well, yeah, that'd be like actually making art electronics, which is, that would never sell. Just like the OnlyFans. OnlyFans was a little different. The OnlyFans experiment didn't go overly well, unfortunately, I will admit. But this is different. This is art. People buy anything. Literally anything. I just need to get to the right places. Oh yeah, Salt Lake Temple. Forgot. Thanks to the resub Gersers.
This granite orb carries precious cargo from the past that's captured the imagination
Is it an
of
old
these
mummy or
historians
something
and
cool?
stonemasons alike. In late May, the Angel Moroni statue was removed from the Salt Lake Temple for restoration and repair as part of a seismic renovation project. The capstone below the statue's feet held artifacts placed in a time capsule nearly 130 years ago. Witnessed by a small group of construction crews and onlookers amid COVID-19 restrictions, a stark contrast to its installation in 1892.
Wow.
The capstone ceremony on
People
the Salt
were
Lake Temple
excited.
was a huge event. There were tens of thousands of people on Temple Square. And you have dozens of construction workers and other people on the scaffolding, people sitting on the roofs of houses around the Salt Lake Temple site watching this ceremony take place. So this is a moment to reflect on the last 39 years of construction.
Evangelo.
Once separated from the Moroni statue, stonemasons worked alongside church history preservation experts to carefully breach the capstone to discover what historic treasures lay inside, but also to seismically reinforce the steel inside that connects the statue to the capstone.
We hoped it would be easy, that we could just pop the top off, but
Yeah,
as we
seems
started
really hard.
excavating, we found out how difficult it was. There was no other option besides cutting it open.
Yeah, let's ruin
Painstaking
it.
and meticulous work, access was gained. 4 chambers full of artifacts placed north, east, south, and west, encased in concrete.
Man, those
First
people in the
priest of
1800s
Church
really
of
pranked
Jesus
us.
Christ of Latter-day Saints was there to see the first items removed.
Oh, it's ruined. That was someone's diary.
This is wrapped around the books.
Oh.
Among the artifacts identified, scriptures, popular religious books of the time, and a gold-leafed copper plate with the name of church leadership inscribed.
Everything was very damp. And part of that is because they had dumped concrete around all of the
Yeah, they
package.
sound really
Concrete
dumb.
will sweat and leach. And the books essentially were sponges.
Other anticipated items, photographs, some believed to be images of church founder Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram.
They are laminated together because of the
Oh,
moisture
imagine if
from
they
the
found
concrete,
Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Holy
and
fuck.
no photographic image remains. But because they are C.R. Savage photo cards, we don't believe that any image that would have been on here would have been an original image.
Some of the most interesting and surprising discoveries were objects placed in the time capsule by people attending the capstone ceremony so long ago.
We found approximately 400, give or take, coins inside the concrete.
About
bet they're worth
a
nothing.
dozen coins have inscriptions on them. 2 sets of coins are from families. We also found notes, so we think that people are writing their name on a piece of paper and throwing it in the
Says
hole.
no.
Among
Okay.
the descendants of those early Latter-day Saints
Pessimist.
who placed coins in the capstone is Bonnie H. Corden, Young Women General President. In recent remarks to the youth, Sister Corden mentioned one coin's significance to her.
Hey, well, thank you for
discovered
that,
a
Ryan.
number
I
of
appreciate
items
it.
inside the mortar, including this coin signed by Alice Hillam, my grandpa's cousin. Is that remarkable? I look at this coin and I think about 17-year-old Alice. Could she have imagined that 128 years later, we would discover her simple offering?
The real value of these coins is where they came from, that they were encapsulated.
Yeah,
in
that's a
concrete
long-winded way of saying that they're
at
not
the
worth
top
shit.
of the capstone of the Salt Lake Temple. That's a significant space to spend your time as a coin.
Nice. Wasn't that the whole idea of the time capsule? I don't know. Oh, I've already seen that Marinami. I actually remember the pet rock. It is a little piece of history, I suppose. Alright, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Thanks for the sub. I hope you enjoy the emotes. I appreciate the generosity. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll just toss you over to Caleb. He's hitting the Valorant grind again. Alright everyone, thanks again. See you tomorrow.